In a rock, I would get stupid dumb. In rhymes with Valiums, I'd be comfortably numb. Stolen from an Africa land, chased off a bar. I've heard the mountain is hard to climb, but for the rhythm, then it must be sublime. Here I am. Bum, 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 bum. Good morning, Mark Mania. Building skeletons is so damn boring. Ah, it's not that boring. Also, good morning. How are you doing, Mark? We're working on squats. Appreciate that you've been lurking all week. That you're on a 10-streak stream. Gosh darn. I don't normally stream on Sundays, but I just looked at my list and no one was fucking live. And I was like, well, somebody's got to stream on a Sunday. All the usuals aren't on today. I don't know what's going on. So I was like, well, somebody's got to step up. Tired? Did you find out that another viewer has a wizard with a submachine gun now? So now I found there's two of you that have them, and I was like, this is ridiculous. You darn Europeans and your access to eBay. No worries, man. You guys get way better eBay listings. I kind of forget sometimes that a lot of the rare models just didn't make it to North America in like the same quantities. So stuff that can be exceptionally rare out here is, you know, pretty rare, but not as ridiculous as it feels living in a country that none of the stuff ever really made it to. Got me a present from Warhammer World. Ooh. If you're into rare models, there's a guy in the community, Spookloop. He was posting some of his stuff. He has a big collection of like pewter Rogue Trader era stuff. You get the Land Rover command unit. Ooh. He had the like the pewter squats. And what else was there? There was a Slan. It's a weird, like, terrible frog dude. Oh, you mean that chunk of metal? You mean that Slan? Pretty much. No, that's you're thinking of the Tree Man. You're thinking of the Tree Man, or are you referring to if you don't want to kill them? The Slan is for when you're angry. The Tree Man is for when you really want to fuck them up. And there we go. Man, I just swapped from Cleavage Gamer to you painting plastic. Nice. Boobs. That means either it means you've had your fill of boobs for the day, which I highly doubt, or you know the content here is pretty good stuff here. Just high five the monitor. Well, I was just saying to Mark, right? Like I looked and there's like no one live today. I was talking about it yesterday, right? That I might stop doing the Saturdays because like everyone I know streams on Saturday. And it seems like nobody goes live on Sunday. So I'm like, maybe I should just like fill that gap because like we all love to paint toys on Sundays. It's a very popular day for miniatures. So I'm gonna see how see how today goes, see how I feel about it, and then I might actually swap my schedule up. Exactly. Exactly. And while other people have family and lives, Boneless is painting. So... Oh, this is one of the best Canadian musicians. Like, not actually in terms of being great, but just he's fucking hilarious. It's like a punk rock Raffi. Something ain't right. It tastes right, but it would taste better if it was like half the price, not full price. Why can't tonight be wing night? She's working. Dude, my days I don't stream are her days off. She's a chef, right? So she doesn't work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. 13, 15K. But yeah, so because I'm streaming, she's at work. And like Monday she has a bunch of stuff she does in the morning with her friends. So and like has a bunch of errands and stuff she likes to catch up on after her work week because she does 410s. So tends to be quite tired after the work week. So Monday morning she likes to just like hang out, play video games, does some stuff with her friends, has a couple errands that she runs, and while she's doing that, same thing. Like I just throw on my stream. I feel so bald. I'm feeling bald today. The Rogain's not doing its job like it could be. You know, and this is what it's like when worlds collide. This is what it's like when worlds collide. Helgrad, good morning. Trim my neck beard, or trim your beard down to almost removed it. See, I'm just doing the you can't see him under the headphones. I just got the fucking the sideburns. I got the Charlie Bronson mustache and the sideburns. I'm going for that like balding 1970s detective look, you know? Welcome in, Helgrad. Hope you're having a great day. Doing working your 75-pound bow, handling a 35-pound recurve. I don't even think I could do a 75-pound pull. I do not think I have a 75-pound draw. That's a fucking hard pull. What are you, secretly a fucking English longbowman over here? Guys, did you find out New Manaman's actually a year 1150 peasant from fucking rural England? Got a 75-pound pull on your fucking longbow? Jesus Christ. Man, you have to have peasant strength to pull that. I'm not that Brit. I know you're not, but I'm like, dude, you got to have the peasant strength to pull those bows because you know. So I've drawn compound, right? I've used compound bows. I've used recurve bows. Same thing. It just like, and I know that's the wrong motion, so I'm gonna adjust so you don't think I'm an idiot because I know the motion is up, straight, and across the breast. But three draw is 75. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, I thought you were saying you were doing a 75-pound longbow. Not that it was a 75-pound bow with a 35. Okay, with a 35-pound pull. Okay. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I thought you were doing just 75-pound pulls here just because because you can. But no, knowing it's a recurve and that it's drawing at a lighter weight than it shoots at is makes more sense. My 35 is probably more like 40 because of your arm length. That would also be a thing. I if I still have it kicking around, I'll show it off. I don't even think the wood is safe to pull anymore. But I have an English longbow, or had. Full on fucking 100-pound pull. Solid wood, 6 feet tall. It was my grandpa's. Apparently, he used to go out and play with it with fucking no gloves on, and my grandma used to get mad because he would come home with his arm just ripped apart, gushing blood. But yeah, my experience, like the only bow we ever had was we had a proper English longbow, and that thing was a monster. I couldn't draw it, and now that I'm old enough and I would probably be able to, I don't trust the wood to pull it. You know, like when a bow reaches a certain age, you don't really you can't really trust the wood anymore, right? Also, Hillgrant, I will throw you a shout out here in just a few moments. I'm just gonna wait for a few more people to trickle in. Usually like to wait till the first hour passes by and then I'll start them up. But appreciate you being in here. 65 count combo. It's taxing on the fingers. Only way to find out. Hot tip: safety glasses. Yeah, I'm just at this point. It's like an it's I'm not gonna risk it because it's kind of nice. It's a nice antique at this point. And voila. Has it been stinged all this time? I don't know what stinged means, so like it hasn't been oiled, it hasn't been treated or anything, so that's the other thing is it's gone like 40 years without being drawn or treated or anything, which is why I'm saying like I don't trust it to pull it. Oh, yes. It is unstrung. Yeah, no, the bow has been unstrung. It is, but again, it's the wood is too stiff at this point. I don't trust it to not snap. You know, because again, it hasn't been oiled, it hasn't been cared for, it hasn't been given any flex over an extended period of time. So I feel like there's a good chance it's gone brittle. Okay, that's literally he's based up. I love this color palette. Smother it in oils. Actually, that's not a bad idea, honestly. That would be the actual easiest fix. Which other one do I want to do right now? Linseed is awesome. I am terrified of linseed oil. I'm genuinely terrified of linseed. It can also just explode at any given moment for no reason. And there we go. We're just kind of blocking. What's up, Stelitzer? Try scan. It works like no worries. We're just having a surprise off schedule Sunday stream where we paint some toys. I was literally sitting here bored at my desk and I was like, I think I'm gonna paint some Necromunda. And then I was like, why don't I just turn my camera on? That's what we're doing. Ain't nobody don't pass me. I'm just so fresh, so clean. You finished your standard berry yesterday. Ooh, very nice. That's exciting. How does that feel? My goal has just been to get like one or two. I just kind of want to get like one or two of these squats done a day right now, because then I will have them. It's looking a bit rough, but you can straighten it up later. Hell yeah, you can. You can always tidy shit up. But the fact that you went freehand at it, challenged yourself, you know, trying to do something that you haven't done or you're not as familiar with, and that's exactly it. You can always clean it up later, but the only way you're going to be able to do fucking crispy banners effortlessly is by practicing doing crispy banners all the time, right? But I do love that mentality of get it painted. We can always clean it up. That's how we prevent ourselves from getting overwhelmed, and we keep our brushes moving. I have a limited amount of color variety, but I believe it works with the rest of the model. Is it in Discord? I'll take a look. If not, or if it's on Insta, throw me a link to it. I want to see. No, these are my squat prospectors. This is my other Necromunda. So, as I was telling you, White Wolf, I've got a massive Necromunda collection. It's on Insta. Dude, throw me a link to your Insta. You know we're link friendly in here. And if you're practicing a freehand, like, and you're doing your banners and things, hell yeah, let's see. But yeah, it's actually quite fitting because we were talking. Also, because I know you got the expansion boxes that I got for the Palanites. Those fucking dogs, right? They're so damn cute. These might be some of my favorite models. In like, you just got one box. You got the one, but it's the expansion. So I know it's not the base one. Dude, that looks awesome. That looks great. Your colors are blocked in nicely. You got a nice little, you got the Krieg banner. That's the impressive part, right? Like, you got the seal looking nice. Got the yeah, exactly, the sergeant's and captain's box. But that's the one that comes with the two dogs in it too, right? Or it comes with the two cyber dogs? Or is that the shield dudes that came with the cyber dogs? But yeah, I really like the squat prospectors. And I will probably I might do some more Votann stuff. I think I've showed it on stream before. The Votann Combat Patrol was the first box set I ever sold. You guys did not know. It's actually quite a significant one to me. So, the Space Dwarfs are a pretty important faction. And it was my first time ever attempting to try, something that, non-metallic. Gotta stop getting the Titanic references. Just realized how short he is compared to a legionary, so now he's standing right next. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, we got quite a few people jumping in now, so I'm going to start doing shout-outs. Meow. Shout out Hellgrat. To start, did 48 hours of painting with them to start my year off. Yo, what's up, Squeeze? Working on the Space Dwarfs today. I was just like having a good day today. Woke up, feeling chill, and like, hell yeah, got nothing going on. My wife's at work. Played video games for like an hour and a bit. I was just like, you know what? I should be painting. I'm going to do a batch paint of the rest of the Krieg unit so you can move on to the next ones. If that's going to make you happy and you want to get them ready for gameplay, hell yeah, dude. You can always go back in, touch them up, make them look, add stuff to them afterwards. Writing this piece that was asked when it comes to music theory and adding a drum track to what I've written. I didn't know you're a music. I did not know you're a big music guy. Easy Peasy's just the man of every talent. Like a genuinely true Renaissance man. So it's quadlingual. Quadlingual currently, although you were working on a fifth language, weren't you? If I remember correctly, because you could do Korean, Japanese, English, and Mandarin. Which, like, of course, it's like not Chinese, French. English, French, Japanese, Korean, like fuck, dude, that's impressive. I got one language. White Wolf. I want you to think really hard before you type anything out here. Okay. You guys know about Lululemon, right? Lululemon is a Canadian brand with the world's most offensive origin story. I was trying to learn Mandarin, but you couldn't be bothered with the time and effort. So yeah, do you know how Lululemon got its name? Vancouver has a very, very large Chinese population, and the owner, Chip Wilson, thought it was hilarious trying to listen to Chinese people pronounce the letter L, so he put as many L's in his brand name as he could, so he could sit there and there's actual videos of him. I'm not joking. Please don't cancel my ass for this. There are actual videos of him sitting there giggling, going, Remen. Yeah, that's why that's how Lululemon got their name, is because the owner thinks it's funny to listen to people who can't pronounce the letter L. I'm not joking. If anyone, you can fact check me on this one. If anybody wants to know, you can look up the Ruru Remen issue. Yeah, he's not well liked here. Good old Chip Wilson. I'd expect that during World War II, but not current times. Yeah, man, that's a modern pant brand. That is why Lululemon got their names. It is very difficult it's because that sound isn't used in the Mandarin alphabet. It's quite common for them to struggle with it. I'll see if I can find the thing. Let's see. Yeah, here you go. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste an actual quote from the owner of Lululemon. I'm not reading that one out loud. That will get me in trouble again. But if anybody did not know, this is one of the main reasons I will not support Lululemon. Other than the fact that their clothes are shit. Yeah, I wasn't joking. Although I was mistaken. It was yeah. That's a fact that I guess is, I'm not even going to call it a fun fact. I'm going to call that one an unfun fact. The terrible truth about Lululemon. And if anybody's sitting here going, Jesus, boneless, you can all blame White Wolf for that one. Shout out White Wolf. With that, we're just going to quickly transition into shout out White Wolf. Fucking love that guy. Give him the worst segue in the world. So yeah, if anybody of you liked wearing Lululemon athleisure wear or athletic wear, I would reconsider your stance on the brand. So you guys know that I don't actually speak French, right? Good, good. Dólares, peros, un bien dolor. I don't actually speak French. Et vous? C'est soignant? C'est bien, mais pour l'instant. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure Squeezies is actually closer to franglais. I'm good. I am listening to and something. What? I got the gist of it. And but yeah, that's a fun one. So I'm sorry, I keep saying fun. That's a really unfun fact. Do spreken Sie French? No, I do not speak French. I speak a little bit of Quebecois. For example, qui est ton papa? I think Squeezy being one of the only ones in here who seems to be good with their French is probably giggling, but one of the only French expressions I need in my back pocket. I'm gonna have to learn more drums for this than I thought. Translating what's in my mind to know. That is a sensation every artist in every form will always experience. The amount of times I've heard White Wolf say, I'm going to have to learn blank while working on a project. Gonna need my guard is on Amazon finally. You got these brush cans, table edges. But yeah, honestly, like the same things. The amount of times any artist will say, I need XYZ, or oh gosh, I gotta figure out this or this, to translate what's in my head. We all feel that. We all go through it. You know what? Yes. Who thinks we should do giant pink mining lasers? I was actually looking at the other ones, and I really don't. I might go back and change a couple details on them. So once I get these guys base coded in, I'm gonna go back to the original 11, the original 12 that we've done now. 8 of them were done before we started, and because they're from a couple of years ago. But the 4 that we did yesterday, and yeah, there's a couple changes I kind of want to make. Smiling Beagle. Hi-hat on top, snare in the middle, kick at the bottom. $500 to finish my army. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Have you looked at doing any of it secondhand? Smiling Beagle, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. Next up, we're also going to go. Shout out Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy. We all know him, but if we don't, he is fantastic. And as I've told people several times in here, if you want to do tournament gaming, Adventure Built, welcome in. You were having a great stream last night. That was it was bumping when I popped in. I couldn't really. I popped in, said hello, and then just kind of lurked it out. But fuck, it was bumping last night. That was a good one. Also, those mushrooms turned out great. But yeah, popping back for a second, recommending those of you that don't know Easy Peasy, not only is he a very good painter, a funny guy, a great entertainer, he also knows a lot more about list building and tournament play than I ever will. So if you have army building questions, if you want to run a question by, hey, is this a good list? Fuck, man, I have people come in here all the time, ask me, hey, Boneless, is this a good tournament list? And I have to tell them every single time, I don't fucking know. I haven't played Warhammer since 7th edition. I haven't played a game of Warhammer since 7th edition. I have. He is an amazing person, an amazingly kind soul, a great entertainer, a huge supporter in the community, but also, again, just something I need to shout out that, like, for those of you that don't know, like, he can answer your list building questions. So he's a good one to follow because he can actually help you out with that stuff in a way that I can't. He can help out with a lot of the painting stuff. He's great with fucking his Thousand Sons. But yeah. He might not be able to help with every faction, but again, like, he can help more with list building than I can. I might be hyping him up too much here. I don't know. Squeezy, just if you need me to if you exactly. Exactly. It's hard to say what's going to be good with the new edition coming out. But it's always safe to assume that whatever army is getting a revamp is going to be good. That addition. Boneless needs it. He deserves it. But yeah, it was having a great day so far. I just kind of woke up and was like, there's nothing going on. I'm just going to paint some toys. And then we'll get next in. I've got 2 more shout-outs I got to get through before I forget. Smiling Beagle Studios. Again, absolute gem, phenomenal painter, and paints to a very, very, very high standard. Great people, nice people. Again, huge supporters in the community, but also just very, very practiced. Typically, you do more of a focus on display painting. I want to shout it out. I'm not 100% because like I know you do some gaming pieces occasionally, but like your focus is on display. Typically display, the occasional 32 mil. But yeah, if you don't know Smiling Beagles, great person to learn display work from. Good understand. Yeah, just a really talented painter and a really great person all around. Pretty much just follow this format: 30-40% for actions and objectives. So that when the rest of the edition, it's going to change how lists are built to agree. Best learn your rules and your units, how your units play. Yep, you're awesome. Thank you. I don't know if you've seen, I've been working on my display pieces. They're kicking my ass. He's varnished so I can handle him barehanded right now. But he's not done. I gotta figure this whole part of the model is falling flat still. Or like this whole area is not great. I need to do something to kind of work this in a bit. And we're also going to throw a shout out actually next is at Adventure Build. Because if anybody doesn't know, fellow Canadian streamer, builds terrain, paints pieces, D&D, bit less of a focus. So you don't do a lot of Warhammer, but you do a lot of terrain. You do still do painting, building, little bit of, yeah. But right, it's coming along. It's got nice colors. It's looking good. I keep getting to about like the 75-80% stage on my models and then just kind of abandoning them. It's the same thing that happened with the Goblin, right? Like he's 75-80% done. And then I'm just like, I don't want to do the last 20%. That's the scary part. Even Astaroth is sitting at about 90. I've got 3 of them that are 90%. It's because the last 10%, the last 10-20% of a model is the hardest part, the most stressful part, and the part where you're the most nervous as well, because you actually have an 80% done model looks really good. And most people who aren't display painters won't know the difference between 80%, 90%, 95%, but they will be able to tell the difference between like the done and not. Exactly. But like the problem is that like 80% done looks really good. And then it's really hard to come in and do some of those things that you're like, I know this is going to make it look better, but if any mistakes, well, yeah. I'm trying to get more and more familiar with it because I'm trying to do more competition work. These are gonna be my SMC entries. Paint Warhammer, just nothing current. More time. Just kind of rotating the models. Make sure I haven't missed anything. One of those times I'm getting like a little distracted by chat. That's fine. I'm off schedule anyways. I'm not actually in a rush to get anything done. Okay, 1 second. Get adventure build. I haven't missed. If I've missed anyone for a shout out, let me know. Think I've gotten through everyone. But if I missed you, I do apologize. My mods aren't here to do this for me. Forgot New Manaman. New Manaman doesn't stream. He just mods for literally all of us, except for me. Do you even have mods? I have 2. I had a 3. I had a 4th one, but they quit aggressively. One of my mods aggressively quit. Citrus just doesn't. They're busy, and I think that deserves a shout out. I will shout out New Man for all the mod work he does for everybody. He is one of those people that knows everyone and everyone knows him. But yeah, I've got 3 mods. None of them just are expected to actually do anything because I have my auto mod and that does most of it for me. Not necessarily a good thing. Exactly. Well, it is for you've been really good at like bridging gaps and making connections and like honestly helping streamers meet each other. You are a really good intermediary. You've almost like, for example, like during a raid out, you've usually got a great suggestion of who to raid into if we don't know. That kind of stuff is actually very appreciated. Okay, the fuck am I doing here? Missed any details? No. Yes. Acquired taste. That's fair. I feel that way. As somebody who has been described the same way. Kazoo living La Vida Loca, and his love for Celine Dion is second to none. Mine? It's true. The only thing I love more than Celine Dion is Bryan Adams. It's a fact. It's a well-known fact. The only thing Boneless likes more than Celine Dion is Bryan Adams. I mean, New Man loves Celine. Does he love Celine Dion the way that I love Bryan Adams? And the way Ginge loves Nickelback? Oh my god, the Nickelback pictures. White Wolf, you've created something, by the way. I didn't have to look at the picture. I just had to think of it. I just had to think of it, and that's the reaction you're getting out of me. Oh god. Not as bad as the first time where I had to mute my microphone because I started hiccuping. Oh, I don't know. The first one was perfect. I laughed so hard at that. That one just makes me laugh even to just think of it. Because it was funny because I showed it to my partner as well, and she didn't and she'd seen Nickelback live when she was younger, or she had better taste in music. And she didn't realize what was wrong with the picture at first. She's like, "Why are you showing me a picture of Nickelback?" And I was like, "Keep looking, keep looking, keep looking." She's like, "Wait, hey, that guy's not in the band." But even her who'd seen the band live, it took her like 5 minutes to, or like a few minutes to realize, hey, that's not a member of Nickelback. Oh. Okay. Where's my Volupus Pink? Sail away with no ball and chain, keep us from the roaring waves, together undivided, but forever we'll be free. I'm going to hit Volupus Pink, just a quick coat over all of the magenta details. This gives me the bit of depth for my... That horse spirit smells worse than... Hospital spirit smells worse than elephant ass for what it does. You mean like isopropylene? Shit you cleans your elbows with. Hydrogen peroxide, or typically if it's a deep wound, you use alcohol. If it's a not deep wound, you use peroxide. Or if there seems to be stuff in the wound that you need help bringing back to the surface. The one that smells like dog's breath on a wound is peroxide, but that's only if there is shit in there that shouldn't be in there. Peroxide shouldn't particularly smell unless it's reacting to something in the skin. Isopropyl always smells bad, but it's not like... It smells like Everclear, right? So, like... where it just smells like grain alcohol. Who wants to see the latest superstar from Canada? Oh, God. Uh-oh. What am I going to be doing? Fuck you. All right, that's getting turned into an emote because I hate you, but also because it's really funny. We'll get that cropped and turned into an emote here for anybody who wants to see. You know, the thing is, White Wolf, is you wouldn't have even had to look hard to find a picture of me looking like that, Boneless Adams. He knows I fucking hate Bryan Adams. I love it. I genuinely that's good. That's good. Now I'm just kind of like, should I go like do the rest of the stream in that? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Just to get into character a bit here. I got my first real six string. There you go, White Wolf. Is that a little better for you? We'll get into character. God, this is uncomfortable. I fucking hate this thing. Is so uncomfortable. I've never actually worn this with like a shirt on underneath, so I never realized just how uncomfortable this vest is. Leather jacket came out and camera quality went down. Not even a jacket, just a vest. Definitely not the same vest that Billy Idol wears. Definitely not baseline. Definitely not the Billy Idol vest that I have. Definitely not the. This is definitely not the Billy Idol vest. With some studs thrown on it. Also, that coat weighs like 6 pounds, so I'm taking it off. All right, let's have a Zen. And that's what I needed to do, right? So my squat gang needs some adjustments. They don't like they all fit, but they don't all fit, right? So obviously we got the ones that we did yesterday, which were these guys. Just had another idea. Your ideas scare me, but they're also always they're often quite funny. So, and yeah, so we got these are the 4 that we did yesterday. And I just kind of want to get my other ones a little bit brighter, but I'm also finding that I don't know. Today I'm looking at the areas that we did in the gold, and I just don't care for the gold. It just doesn't pop the way I want it to. Some 41, but it's Ginger, boneless, and adventure built. 1 second. White Wolf. I'm gonna DM you a picture. I'm not sure if I'm gonna let you share this one or not. Because I'm 16 and I think I'm 16 or 17 in the picture. But I gotta go back a ways for this one. 1 second. One second. Because you've seen the one where I look like fucking Vivian from Young Ones, right? You've seen the Vivian photo, right? I'll post it in Gen Chat otherwise. Fuck it, we can all have a good laugh at what Boneless looked like as a teenager. One of those instances where you're like, man, you get jumped a lot? Fuck, I'd have beat you up too. Where is it? Where is it? How did I lose that photo? I swear it should be in here. Shit, I lost one of my orange Liberty spikes. Now I'm trying to find the picture. I used to have bright orange and red Liberty spikes. It was not a great look, but I loved it. Here's a secret photo. Here's a secret photo. We're not even gonna pull that one up. This is from when I had dreadlocks. Did you guys know I had dreadlocks at one point? There was one of like how the hair used to be though. Can I ask you a question about a wet palette? I live in a very warm country. Paint my berries in an air conditioner, so I'm having troubles with my paint drying too quickly. Any tips? That's cultural appropriation. I'll appropriate your culture. Dan, that's a great question. Wet palette. That is honestly one of the best ways you can do that. Couple of tricks. Number one is because an air conditioner works by removing the water molecules from the air and moving them outside, which is why condensation happens. So that's going to cause that to help. You can run a bit of a humidifier by your desk though, and that can help slow down the time the paint dries. You can also essentially use the wet palette, which if you don't know how to make a wet palette, my wet palette, I have a plate with a piece of wet paper towel and some parchment paper on it. Like that's all it is. And that keeps my paint wet. Next up, make sure you're taking your brush and just dip it on the wet paper towel before you go, or, make sure you got some nice liquid in your bristles before you're loading your paint up. Like, see how I can brush water on the top of my hand there? You want to have some water in your brush grabbing the paint, especially, again, if it's fairly dry. That's going to help you keep the paint liquid a bit longer. And then lastly, yes, as White Wolf has said, a retarder is your third option. So that would be something like a flow improver. So not an airbrush thinner, but an airbrush flow improver will typically be a retarder and keep it... Yes, it's like a medium, but it slows your drying time. It's a colorless medium that slows your drying. But yeah, that would be... You'd want to use... Oh, no worries. I appreciate you coming in and asking. It's all we can do, right? But keep the window open, fan running, doors, the room is still be ready. Yeah, see, like I live in an underground apartment, so I'm in a I'm in a basement, so like I don't have any issues. Yeah, Vallejo Flow Improver is exactly what I was going to recommend too, or exactly what I would say as well, White Wolf. And we're making a decision to change. We're going to change the gun casings to be the bubblegum pink as well. So I'm not happy with how that brass looks, and I think that this is way more fun, way more sci-fi, and way sillier. I gotta finish the squat mining rig soon, though. White Wolf, have you seen the mining rig? Or Adventure Built, have you seen the mining rig? Got a lyric? No worries. Enjoy some baseball. Go whack that with a stick. Go play your stickball. Enjoy that summer. You'll love this, dude. It's a custom-built mining rig. It's almost done. I just have to gap fill it. Just needs some gap filling done still. This is my squat mining rig that I've built. What do you think? I love that. I love the response. What the fuck? Siege dinosaurs. Yeah. Dude, that's Gazgul's claw on his jaw. Or that's a pewter Gazgul claw for a jaw. With an armature. We're gonna use some gap filling and we're gonna use some chains and some like jeweler's chain and stuff like that to make everything look like it's supposed to be on there a bit better. But yeah, that's my custom. That's gonna be the mining rig for the squats. Because Necromunda is supposed to be fun and silly, and I don't know. I don't want to buy their vehicles. The vehicles they make for Necromunda, like some of them are kind of cool, but like why would I want to use the truck that they provide when instead I could be like, yeah, technically this is going to count as a truck, but actually my squats have a giant ass dinosaur that they're using. You know? And like such. Because who doesn't think like honestly, I'm not sure about you guys, but I love the bright colors I'm using here. I think my pink and blue space dwarves kick ass. And I don't know if you guys have an issue with like people who have super brightly colorful armies, but like if they're painted well, I'd love colorful armies. I really like playing against colorful models. Kona, I know you don't need to be sold on bright colors. You are also a bright color guy. I don't know. I know kind of more muted and desaturated and realistic is kind of in right now. But I really I love super bright poppy colors. But yeah, I'm coming back through right now, and what I'm doing is I'm just going to add some pink to the areas that we did with the brass, because I'm just not happy with it. So yeah, we're coming through It's like the gun casings and the, I don't know, things on their backpack. I don't even know what it is, but it's we're changing the color of it. Gold to pink. There we go. Got the bit on the forehead. Kaboom, Marquis. Welcome in. And honestly, that's the same thing. That's how I feel too, White Wolf. I don't really care about other people when it comes to it. I'm gonna build my models how I want. I'm gonna paint my models how I want. How are you doing, Marquis? Hope you're having a great day. How are you liking your box of orcs? I think you said that arrived. Hopefully not too much was broken in transit. I did try my best to pack it in a reasonable fashion. Box of orcs have been put into storage with their counterparts that I'd already coming up with the plan. That is reasonable. This is so silly. I love this. A giant pink axe with a green energy blade? Yes. I'm really looking forward to coming through and redoing the pink on all of the other guys too. Over all the areas that are gold because I'm staying committed to what we've done. And I'm not going to re-pick out other areas. So anywhere that's gold on the other guys is being changed to pink, which means one of them's going to have a giant pink sledgehammer. I'll probably keep them as painted and make a few of them the Bone Squad. Ooh, The ones, if you're going to keep anything as is, my biggest request is the grots. When you open the box, you will see, like, I spent probably at least a good hour on each of those grots. I don't know anybody else that spent 10 hours painting a box of grots. I don't know anybody else that has a 10-hour box of grots. But, like, the muscles on the grots all have, like, 3-4 layer highlights. But, like, they are parade ready grots. This is so silly. I love this so much. I love this. I love this so much. All right, let's paint that pig slip. We're gonna paint that big pink hammer. I am gonna have to change the color of the wraps on this one, but that's fine. I'd rather change the color of the wraps and give them a pink hammer still. You know what? We're just gonna go with the metallic color on that one. Yeah, they were the ones I was like, maybe changing the guys with the big guns too. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, like some of them are a lot. Again, a lot of them are not that amazingly painted or anything, but it's also important to remember that like it's an orc army. If you try to get everything up to like a high end standard on orcs, you will give yourself a fucking aneurysm. Just getting a bit of my dark gunmetal ready to touch up a couple areas as I work here. And so, if you are familiar with the show here, my name's Studio Boneless. I mostly paint toys. I do Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. I know today is none of those days, and that's because I don't normally stream on Sundays. However, I'm considering, and actually genuinely, based on how today is going, I do not think we're going to be doing Saturdays anymore. I think we're going to be swapping them out for the Sunday instead. At least until at least until D&D kicks back in October. But until D&D starts up in October, I have no reason not to be streaming on Sundays. It's Saturday. No, it's not. It is Sunday. It's absolutely Sunday. Yesterday was Saturday. Sorry, Marquis. If I'm the bearer of bad news, it's Sunday. In fact, it's for you. It's going to be Monday in a few hours. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but in fact, it is Sunday. There we go. I'm just grabbing the metallic details on these guys real fast before I move on. And and get them fingies, because those parts we keep metallic. Actually, while I've got this color available, I'm just going to quickly hit the backpacks on these other guys. So I don't waste paint, and because I know that these guys are going to have to get painted anyways. As well, because it lets us be kind of rough during this part, because we're not worried about getting the metallic on the black areas, because we're going to be painting over it still. Lies, it's Saturday. Okay, wait a second. Do I need to check the date? The fuck is going on? No, it's Sunday. I'm okay. No, I'm right. I'm right. Y'all are fucking with me. You gotta understand, dude. I'm a streamer. I have no concept of time. the so. And I cannot. I'm still waiting to see when they when Cunning Linguists rebooks their show here. I was really looking forward to that one. I really enjoy this album, and they were going to be performing it start to finish, so it was a little bit like sucks that they couldn't get across the border. Adjust very quickly because my ass is sore. There we go. Moving pretty quickly across this. Again, I'm not too worried if I get the metallics on any of the other details because I still have to paint over everything. So we can move fairly quickly, just getting it all like slapped down across these guys. If you're choosing to do that stage right now, which I am. Because again, I don't want to waste my paint. And get that slapped across. Scratch out slap. Bit of grindcore, why not? Who doesn't like grindcore when they're painting? Who doesn't love a little grindcore, you know? Those of you wondering what I was just doing there, stretches my lower back out. Okay, that part is done. Okay, now I get to go through. I'll put that off to the side for a moment. We'll get out of my way, and then we'll. Everything is in varying stages. It's all right. And here we go. It's very suspicious action. What is a suspicious action? Am I about to be pegged as a thief? Please don't peg me. It's Kingdom Come. They're always trying to peg you. What you said was stretching your back out. Very suspicious action. Oh, fair. I don't care if it looks suspicious or weird. It makes my back not hurt, so. Essentially using your body weight to try and pull your spine out. It's the same principle as inversion without having to use an inversion table. And there we go. Just swapping out colors. So, and again, any of the areas that are currently painted gold, coming back in. Swapping them for pink. There we go. Swap the gun out. God, that looks so much better than just all the pink blue. Okay. Getting all our squats tidied up.
Mostly on a lot of these guys, it's just going to be the backpacks and the gun casings.
Alright, I see the eyes of demons reaching out beyond the grave. I'm gonna add some water to my brush just because that's it in a bit. Bit overloaded. I can't find. And there we go. Nothing like some pink guns. Pretty pink pistols. There we go. Got the one on the back.
Let's grab the gun casings.
And there we go. Got the one gun. And the second one. Is that both of them? Yes, it is. That is a bunch of pink gun casings. 3 more to go. And then we've actually done all of the other guys in the pink, or adjusted all the magenta we need to on the other guys. And there we go. I'm going to adjust slightly because my one leg's falling asleep. And then we will... I have no idea how long I'm staying live for today, guys. I'm literally just going to paint until I don't want to do this anymore. So if you're enjoying this, I want to say thank you for popping in and hanging out. And if you're just chilling, lurking, let me know what you're working on in chat. If you got any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. And beyond that, I'm here to just slap some colors down, have some chats, chill out, and get some cool looking toys. And there we go. There's one other detail I'm noticing on these guys that I think I might change too. And there we go. There we go. And there we go. And one more. Literally just one more to go, and then we're just painting in fresh pink. Applying magenta.
Also has the pistol with the scope. My favorite part about Necromunda is that if you follow the instructions and build the box the way it tells you to, and kit them out the way it tells you to kit everybody out in the instructions, you will not have a legal squad. And that it encourages you, the instructions actually make you build it a non-playable force. If you're going to play Necromunda, or if you want to get into Necromunda, do not follow the instructions. Read the rules of how a gang is built and assembled,
and then understand that you're going to want to give the majority of your guys just pistols or knives or basic equipment. You might want one or two guys with some cool stuff, or buy a box, or like buy the expansion boxes to get the cool stuff. But your baseline guys, you're going to want a lot of pistols or like cheap equipment. Got my new boys that are now touched up with the extra pink areas. Fit in with the other guys even more now. I guess we can come through, do a couple of come through and do the base coats on the other four, or we could do the last two robots. Where's the other little robot boy? Where is he? Also, my display cabinet shows up soon, so I can finally get a bunch of stuff off my desk. The robots, I'm gonna just paint up really fast because I realized the way I was painting them before, it's kind of silly. Get the metal done first, and then we can just come in and slap in some other colors afterwards, especially now that we know that we're not going to be putting gold on them. So grab your dark metal. Also, I just have a brief moment I want to say. White Wolf, if you're still in here, I really appreciate that you're not doing like AI stuff and that you just throw up. Like, I would rather, I think a bad Photoshop is way funnier than doing like, if you were to use like something that actually, you know, made it not look, I don't know. The bad Photoshop is what makes it as funny as it does. And there we go. Let's grab let's use heavy metal really quickly. And then we'll put silver down. Boom, one's done. Second one. All right, where's my stippler brush? That's my big stippler. Where's my little stippler? There's my little stippler. I use my little stippler for metallics mostly. Why? Because I try not to use both my stippling brushes for the same things. One of them I try to keep metallic flake out of.
Okay, got that loaded up.
There we go. Got that brighter silver. Okay, got my two little robot boys. And then what I'm going to do here, actually, because I feel like they also need it, just because I have the color out, so I'm just tap, tap, tap it at a couple of the metallic spots. And get like the tips of the gun barrels like that, so it just catches a little bit more. And again, I'm just stippling up a bit of silver on these guys really fast. Do do do. Do 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 do. Just doing a couple little things that kind of make them all look a bit more like they belong together. Matching some of the colors a bit more. Love this song, even if I can't tell you what they're saying. Because I don't speak Finnish. If anybody does, you let me know. Yeah, if you didn't know, Boneless does not speak Finnish. And I think we need one more to go, and then we've done all those guys too. And there we go. Now they all match. Take my Volupus pink before I move on to the next step, because I don't really want to start the next guys quite yet. Just want to get the last step done I need to do before I can... Like, this is not going to make the pink done, but it will make it good enough that I can put these ones off to the side. There we go. These guys are so silly. I love them. Get it? Let me know. And for the cloth areas on these guys, I'm actually just hitting them with a watered down, so like a 50-50. And that's bringing them more in line with the other ones. The armor's still not right, but the cloth is now. You guys see here? So I'm just able to sweep that across really quickly. We're gonna get the cloth all matching. There we go. Bit of water. Okay, keep that flowing nicely. And there we go. Just go through, make sure you're getting that contrast over all the areas that need it. And we're just highlighting, highlighting, highlighting. So we're not highlighting at all right now. We're just applying contrast over all of the magentas. We're using Volupus Pink. And there we go. We will lose a little bit of the intensity when it dries, and then everything should just blend into each other. But on top of that, now again, like we have a badass looking squad. And it feels good to be kind of unifying the guys a bit more, even. Making sure that everybody kind of matches. Love this song. One I absolutely cannot sing along with on stream. Like, you know, the masked AC don't play when it comes to the bass. Bit more the contrast paint. Waiting at a red light, Kentucky Fried Chicken then. We're using undiluted on these areas, gun casing, all that kind of stuff, because we'll have to come back in and re-highlight them anyways. But I also just love the way that this is popping. And then we are going to keep apply that. And like such. And like such. Okay, 1 second. And there we go. We got the matching pinky pants. And and voila. We're gonna go for about maybe another hour or so. We'll see. We will see. I'm starting to get off in my head a bit, which is never a good sign. Bit of water, bit of contrast. Keep it in for this section. You guys know how it goes, though. Like, if you just start thinking too much, that's not good for anybody. There we go. Got the pistols there. Adjust slightly. And we just get that all popped in, picked in, poked in. Put water in the brush for the next ones. And we have one more left to do. And then I think I'm going to varnish after this to make sure everything's kind of locked in and protected. So once these guys are done, I'm going to, give them a nice sealed coat. clothes. And there we go.
You look like a
Thank
cut
you for
of
the follow,
fuckable
Robot
meat.
Crash. Hope you are
Are
doing
you?
well today. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. You painting along as well, or you just found your way in? Howdy, howdy. Okay, now we're going to do the energy part of the hammer. Howdy, howdy indeed. Working on some orc boys. Ooh, always fun. My orc army got relocated recently to living with Marquis. He won that in a draw, but can tell by orcs for my first love. Welcome in, Nemesis. How you doing today? Start getting some of the other parts, the energy parts of the hammer. We're gonna do this with green. Orcs are my main thing. I love kit bashing and painting them. I love kit bashing and painting orcs. They're one of the most fun armies to paint. Picked up the Black Templar Combat Patrol yesterday. Ooh, that'll be fun. More of that green. And then yeah, so yeah, orcs were one of the first armies I ever did. I made the Studio Ghibli theme. Ooh, do you have a picture of them? We are link friendly in here. If you've got an Instagram, if you want to show off any of those photos, I would love to see your orcs. Because the idea of Studio Ghibli themed orcs sounds badass. And I would like to. Ooh, thank you very much for that. Oh, those are excellent. I'm going to give you a follow really quickly. Really nice painting. Do you mind if I bring this up on screen? Be nice if I could get a bigger picture there. This looks fucking awesome, dude. Love the eyes. Dude, that's stunning work. I really like that. Here's a older version of it. But it lets you kind of see the model a bit better. Those are fantastic. Those are great models, dude. I threw you a follow there because I want to keep up with those projects as you're doing them. Because those are awesome. Don't have really a ton to say other than like, hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
There you go. You get a hell yeah, fuck yeah for those. Days when I was a whippersnapper, used to be get a kiss, but now it be the draws of after. Okay. Let's go do something silly. I don't know. Bring up golden yellow. Okay. And we're going to swap those out to be bright yellow. More that. So how long you been painting for, Robot? How'd you get yourself into the hobby? My name's Studio Boneless. I do both display painting, commission painting, and just regular old miniature painting. 11 years. Nice. Actually, so I started back in 2012, so I've been doing this about 14. Although I've only been taking it seriously for the last, I'd say 4 or 5. And like I like doing my display work, but oftentimes I'm very focused in on my production rates. So I do a lot of batch painting, lots of army painting. I'm kind of known for having a bit of a fucking crazy production rate. So yeah, I'm live on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. Although I'm going to be swapping Saturdays for Sundays, I think, because Sundays seem to just be a bit of a better turnout. More people seem to be available. So we'll probably make Sunday a regular thing. At least until October when D&D starts back up. Grab the beard, bit of yellow. Hell yeah. But yeah, so we do this kind of painting. We also do display work, as I was mentioning. Where the fuck did he end up? Oh, there they are. Here's one of the pieces I'm working on for SMC right now. He is not done.
My, what lovely feet.
I will get some exercise in right now, Marquis. We've also got don't forget exercise. I do exercise. I also exercise off stream, but the exercise is important. Honestly, I really love when people. I've said this a lot of times. I've made that redeem as cheap as it is to encourage people to use it. You know, it's only got a 30-minute cooldown. And I might even still make it cheaper. But yeah, I will do some weights here in a moment. Shit, I gotta spit my pouch soon. I'll refill my coffee too, actually, while I'm up. So, okay, we're gonna do some weights, grab a coffee, and then
keep going. Actually, we're gonna do weights, coffee, bubbly water, then get back to painting. We're gonna get some bubbly water too, though. Boom, another one done. But yeah, no, we don't forget the exercise. So let's do that now. And then I think I'm gonna do the robots after this, or the two little mini bots. Okay. And triceps. Go. Let's get some coffee, and then we'll get back to this. Also, I stream in my kitchen, so it's really fast for me to do this stuff. All right. Okay. And my coffee will be heated up in about 2 shakes of a stick. All right, back to painting yellow. My golden yellow hiding on me.
Yeah, grab some golden yellow. So, Robot, do you stream as well, or do you just paint, or like, what's your jam? We always try to support each other on Twitch where we can. So, don't feel awkward if you're being asked directly about it, you know. But I want to know who I need to do shout outs for when they come in. No, just painting. Insta's my main social where I post my thingies. Well, you do great work. This is a loud palette. I like loud. So little cannibal girl, welcome in. I'll show you the finished ones. Nothing wrong. Vibrant is an option. Oh yeah, I love vibrantly colorful models. Most of the time I love to, and dude, I love to talk painting, and I love looking at conversions. I don't get, so like I do mostly commission stuff, Cannibal Girl or Cannibal, so I don't get a lot of choice. And people want box art, and people want grimdark, and people want this, that, and the next thing. Nobody ever, Canny for short, I'm good with Canny. Nobody ever says, I want the most ridiculous color schemes you could possibly give me, you know? So like it can be quite challenging to get people to be a bit more experimental with colors. Something I actually try to do quite a bit with my work. Big one is like I try to sneak magenta in wherever I can. Or I try to sneak pinks onto models where I can. But it's fun too, because you can do really bright colors and then keep them kind of desaturated. Love it. Love that. I work in a CMYK palette a lot. Like this is kind of a, I'm using my Pro Acryl right now, although Mr. Pigments made a paint set, and like him and I've been talking about it. And like, so like my usual color palette is very, very, very specific. I have 10 paints that I kind of swear by, which is like my yellow oxide, quin magenta, quinanthalone yellow, my burnt sienna, chromium oxide, titan buff, cobalt teal, phthalo blue, transparent Mars black red shade, cobalt cyan, and I also like a anthraquinone in red. I typically don't use colored primers. If I want that kind of really strong undertone, I'm more likely to underpaint myself or use an airbrush to get that really strong undertone. Here's actually kind of a fun one where I'm getting to mix a bit of like vibrant with. So this is one of the pieces for one of my clients that we're doing right now. His Chaos Lord on Manticore. And I got him to say yes. Thank you. That is the color scheme from the original books. So if anything, I think it's the first, second, or third edition of Warhammer Old World. The Manticores are purple with orange manes, and it wasn't until the later editions.
Look like
Thank
a
you very
cut
much
of
for the follow.
fuckable meat. Are you?
And it wasn't until after the transition into like 4th, 5th, 6th edition that they kind of more muted it down. So I really like to go and like my biggest one that I love to do is I like to try and convince people to let me use or do the old color schemes on the new models and try and bring a modern version of Old Hammer onto new sculpts. Because some of those old models are really well painted. Some of them are really bad sculpts and not that well painted. And there's this weird mix of like, but they have really cool ideas. And sometimes it's nice to actually take some of those older ideas and be like, okay, what would happen if I executed what this artist was going for without the knowledge? You know, like it's like the 90s paint jobs, right? Like, how do I recreate a 90s paint job with 2020's knowledge, right? Like it's I've got 30 years of miniature painting knowledge that just didn't exist. So I like to then take those and try to bring them back to life and see what the artists actually had in their minds. You know. And then oftentimes too, it's fun. Like I always did when I did his 32 Chaos Warriors, I was like, hey dude, the dudes with shields just don't pop enough. So I convinced him to. Oh well, I do a lot of art theory stuff on the channel. Without getting too far, I use a lot of like I use the Munsell color system quite a bit. I'm really big on my chroma curve. But I also just I don't want to get too pretentious without this, but there's one of my friends, Mr. Pigments, comes around. He's got his PhD in color theory. And when him and I do the shows together, I know just enough to interview him. Like that's how we try to run the show. Is I'll do like 2 weeks worth of research just so I can ask questions that aren't dumb. But it's always funny when we get the ones too. Like I still remember when I had to ask about I asked him about umber paint, and I was like, hey, why is it hard to get good umber? And then the next, it's just like, he's like, yeah, that's actually way more political than you want to get into on stream. But yeah, I do a lot of like, so my mini painting is, I love very bold in color. But what I think you'll find really fun here is, so when I showed off those like 35 years painting experience, used to work for companies that required patent testing. Ooh, so that's then you'd know why like light fasting and like the use of fluo paints in miniatures is just kind of a trend right now that's going to die off by the end of like the next 2 years. Also, actually, a really fun thing we were talking about, fluo paint. I tell people constantly, if you're going to use it on a competition piece, apply it the day before the competition. And warn people. The other thing is paint the effect on and then use the fluo to enhance the painted effect. Do not rely on the fluo for the effect. But you'll enjoy this then, Canny. I'll show you 4 models here, or three of my display pieces here. All of them use the same color palette. All of them use those same 10 colors I just showed you. Here's my goblin I'm working on right now. These are my SMC entries. So this one's like 75, 80%. I'd call them all at about 80%. Except for the troll, he's more at like 70, 65, 70%. This one, but this is a giant model. But like the troll so far, the goblin. How hard are you going to be pushing this? As hard as I can. I want a medal. I want to get a medal. I want to push it until I feel it's approaching photorealism. And then here's the other one I'm working on. This one's probably the most done. I'd call this one at like 90%. And it's cool because if like you get up really close, can I find the right angle? You can see, okay, so all the micro texture. I took a very painterly approach with this one and sketched every single. Have you used black and white filters for photog to see sat blends? No, I'm fucking terrible at photography. I just freeball it. So typically I have an image in my head and I start painting it out, and then I send it to my really talented painter friends until they tell me it's like so I'll get like Pascal and Jinx and other people to like look at shit. They'll be like, well, that's borked, and it's like, okay, and then I'll go and fix that bit, and then I'll be like, okay, well, how's it look now? And they'll be like, oh, that's good, but you need to fix this now. And yeah, I embarrassingly, if you look at my Instagram, it's all cell phone pictures. I do not do myself justice with my ability to photograph. I'm really bad at photography. In fact, it's an ongoing joke with one of my clients that there's a lens to your sap lens look. Okay. What is when you say sat blend, that's a blend using color saturation instead of grayscale, right? Like that's just you're doing a quick brief rather. You'll be happy to know then we even try to use the correct words every now and then. You know, I don't know all my color theory words, but the next stream that Pigments and I are going to do is going to be saturation blend. Yeah, okay, yeah. So one of the things I'm also going to mention, Canny, is I am a tetrachromat. So I also see an array that is fucking abnormal. I have unfortunately been into many hobbies. Honestly, they all tie into each other. Everyone I know who performs extremely well in miniature painting is also an incredible photographer and ends up being very good at video as well. Video editing, knowing sound engineering, all of it ends up tying into each other in the end. The difference between professional level photography on your minis and some terrible discover that the vision scale for color is what causes your ocular migraines. You should try don't leave your house without sunglasses on. That's been my number one is I can't go outside without dark glasses on. And then I'm actually like, you guys would be horrified to find out how dark of a room I'm sitting in right now. I have I have my desk lamp on. That's just the stove light. This is just my desk lamp, and the stove light on is behind me. Like I'm sitting in the dark right now. Because yeah, it's the same thing. Like I get really, really bad migraines from light. So we're just gonna do a quick sketch. But it's a beautiful. But yeah, it was nice. Mr. Pigment sent me his paints to demo, and I've been having a lot of fun with them. But yeah, what I was gonna say is originally is the part that I think you'll enjoy is the Goblin, Troll, and Astaroth. So all three of those busts are painted using the same 10 colors. So the original, like, and then I guess because you're really into color stuff, I'll mention some of the more specifics that, like, it's a PB28 Cobalt Cyan. So this is, apparently this is a vintage Cobalt Cyan. Same with the PG50 Cobalt Teal. So these are really, really high chroma pigments. It was nice. I like when people ask me to review their stuff. Link's letting here? Absolutely. We are link friendly.
And you're not a complete fucking weirdo, so yeah. As long as it's not too, as long as it's not a weird link like Discord, Insta, that kind of stuff.
If it's got a .exe at the end, I'm not clicking on it. I already made that mistake once on stream. Somebody asked me to look over their list, and I bricked my fucking computer. Shout out Spoon Handle for Insta's good. Insta's fine. No, I'm just making jokes. That did happen though. I got a virus once from opening a dock on stream. Thankfully, a couple of my streamer buddies spent the whole afternoon helping me out. So yeah, we are just kind of doing a bit of sketch right now. I'm not really worrying too much because it's like 32 mil and these are gaming pieces, so they're not going to get obviously the same level of care that the display stuff does. So just kind of don't think about as much where the light's going to come from. Don't try and focus on making sure that everything is correct. Focus on making sure that your details and the interesting parts are popping out from a distance. We can refine and kind of make it a bit more accurate later on. But right now, we're not worried about correct lighting. We're focusing on making it pop. Now, the reason that's going to look really good is because we're consciously doing that. But again, yeah, go ahead, link your Instagram. We are more than happy to, and I will probably give it a follow as well, because I try to keep up with what all the artists I end up talking to are doing. Whether you are a miniature painter, whether you're an illustrator, digital, photographer, we support art, we support artists. We support people who still use the physical tools and learn how to do the. If you use physical tools, and when I say physical tools, that includes a drawing tablet, because that's still using your tools. It's still using your hands. I don't care how you make your art, as long as you're the one making it. Jinxie! Definitely need to do my reference. But yeah, doesn't matter the kind of art. Also, shout out Jinx. If anybody doesn't know Jinx, she is an incredible artist. But yeah, I was just sitting around, like, bored today. I woke up at like 6:30, 7 a.m. Just don't know why. So I got up, had some coffee. Oh, my coffee, I forgot. Ooh. I like that quite a bit. Some magic down the face, pop beyond. I really like that you're. So one of the things I'll bring it up on screen really quickly here to just show this off, because there's something I really enjoy. I am a buffer. I really like your use of colored shadows. I like that your shadows are consistently cold. And had that, but I like the fact that you're using the blue into purple, the burgundies. That's awesome. And at 5 years ago, I'd be excited to see what your current, like what your. Always loved, especially when somebody sent something from like 5 years ago. I was like, "Do you have something recent?" Because I want to see your progression. Should be illegal for food to smell this good. I mean, I'll have breakfast eventually. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta have a nap today because I forgot my nicotine pouches in the car, and my wife has it for work, and I've got 2 left. And that should get me till about like 5 o'clock, but she's not gonna be home till about 8. So I'm like, 5 o'clock. If I time my nap out perfectly, I'll wake up and they'll be here. But yeah, for anybody that does not know Jinx artwork, she is an incredible painter. She is open for commissions currently, and also available for private lessons. And if anybody needs a testament to her skill level, I hire her for my private lessons. So if you like my artwork and you're like, dang, how did he get so good? Honestly, she's been giving me like free lessons for the last half a year. So at this point, it's like, fuck, I just kind of have to start paying you anyways. It was why you were my first. It's why you were my first choice for a coach, right? Like you'd been giving me all the instruction for free for about like since September. So yeah, if you're not familiar with Jinx, she's a great painter and a great streamer and a great teacher. Great human in general. Great human in general. Ooh, okay. These are from classes at Origins last year. Things went wrong with a couple of instructors. Ooh, who are the instructors? Oh, that's awesome. Yo! Brush for Hire? Awesome. He's a great painter. Brush for Hire fucking rules. I don't know Rainier and I don't know Palo Sapep, but those are awesome. Brush for Hire is fucking rad. He comes around Jinxie's stream. I'm gonna actually bring that up on screen here so we can show that off. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's Boneless Adams. That was White Wolf making fun of me earlier. Really like that. But the use of the purple shadowing in the green, I really like that. Got like a nice and I just put like you got a really nice Terminator line like right in there. You got these look great. This is very much in that like classic sketch style. So what's awesome with this is like something like this, you could go back in, like throw a glaze over anything, render it back up, glaze it, render it, glaze it, render it, glaze it, render it as much as you want, but that's sketched out beautifully. Like that's same with this too. You got a wonderful color transition happening there. Little cutie. And I like that you've got the eye, then the dot, and then you did a good job with those eyes. And again, same thing with the hair here. Nice texture buildup. I struggle with hair, so that's probably better than I paint hair at this point, honestly. And that's really fun. That's just really fun. I just like that. Thank you for sharing this. Palos was my host for the weekend. Rainiers was Fantasy Flesh Tones and Ether Paint. Rain. I moved through the stages so I could have the class. Nice. I'm gonna for SMC. I'm taking the Pascal Ruse course on I painted that model for my hair class at Adepticon last year. I honestly, hair is one of the things I'm gonna need to get the most help on. However, I don't need to do it yet because I think what we're gonna work on for me is probably bone. I think I want to work on bone with you because that's kind of what you're known for. Your ability to paint skulls and understanding like doing bone at an extremely high level. So I think that's probably what I'm going to end up working with you is trying to get this to look like the actual skull, like the skin skull being torn and ripped back in these spots where we've kind of got it sketched in initially. And then of course all the actual sculpted bone as well, because there's a lot of it on that model. So I think that's what I want to start with is bone, and then yeah. And then I'm still trying to figure out with my wife what day time works, because I just don't want to accidentally book something on the day where she has plans for us, which is very rare, but seems to happen more than I would like. The only time she seems to have plans ever is when I book them without asking. Front row seats at Pascal's class, wearing our Pascal shirts. Why? Because honestly, it'll embarrass him more than it'll embarrass me. Just keep blowing kisses at him from because we'll be at the front of the classroom too. Nobody will be able to see what our faces are doing. Yeah, I'm just gonna be blowing kisses at him the whole time. Just keep hitting him with the. Gonna have to try for Adept at some point. I've never been to Adepticon. Adepticon sounds rad. Everyone I know who's done Adepticon has loved it. I don't really do too much travel to the US right now. I have to go to a wedding down there in a couple weeks, and that's pretty much the only exception I would make is for a wedding. But beyond that, not trap. Oh my! You said my name, and here I am as I'm sitting here saying I'm gonna be making kissy faces at you in the front row, and fucking the master himself, Pascal Ruse. Yeah, that's just it. But I mean, I gotta go to Vegas again in a couple weeks for a wedding, and then but that's why we're going to do SMC this year. Also, the only reason I can even do the Vegas wedding is because, fortunately, thanks to at least certain aspects, the price of going to Vegas has dropped like 80%. Like it's what used to cost $1,000 costs $250. Kissy. I'm gonna snooze the ads here again, and we're gonna shout out the master himself. If anybody does not know who Pascal Ruse is, award-winning painter, highly respected teacher, teaches high-level courses and beginner courses at conventions. So
He is the real fucking deal. And he deserves all the respect in the world.
I'm not going to give it to him, but he does deserve it. Hope you're having a good night. Appreciate you popping in. It's my job when it's my job when I shout people out. I got to be a hype man for a few minutes. There we go. The audio caught up there. I was like sitting there and I was like waiting, and saw the reaction. I was like, okay, so I got about a 13, 14 second delay on my audio right now. Good to know. Got all the cool cats popping by today, though. These models have been so fun to paint. Like, again, just silly color palette. They're so bright, so fun. And part of the reason why I use this really kind of bright, silly color palette is because it's so in your face. Procrastinating building furniture. I've been Am I the old man here? Like the one who's goes to bed at actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna say that. I didn't get to bed at a reasonable time last night. I was up till almost 3 a.m. I was up till almost 3. My cats decided at 6 a.m. it was time for me to be up. So got up, I hung out with them, and then my Sunday ends in about 1 minute. You're I didn't realize you were that far ahead. I thought you were only +8. Yeah, did you have a good Sunday, Pascal? I thought the time zone difference was 8 or 9 hours, not 11. Oh god, that's gonna make it really challenging. Oh, it's a good thing Eindhoven's a safe city to walk around by yourself at 4 a.m. Would not recommend doing that in where I live. I am plus he says I am. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I was right. You are only +9. I have to reupholster my computer chair and a hobby station cabinet to build. Oh man, I got a hobby station cabinet showing up on Tuesday, which means I will finally have somewhere to put my models, which is good because since moving into the apartment, I've had such little space. I'm not sure if you can tell, Kenny, but I am streaming out of my kitchen. We're in a 1-bedroom apartment right now, and we've got like a tiny little bar that separates the kitchen and the living room, and I just like slid my desk in under it, and then the bar has my monitors and my PC on it. Got my camera and my microphone all rigged up to a power bar behind the couch. But yeah, I assumed you could tell. I just more as the I get it. Getting that storage is important.
Bit on the glovies here.
Oh, I was gonna say one other thing. Flag in 2 days of painting for yourself. What are we, greedy? Dude, I don't stream on Sundays. Yes. Yes, we are being greedy. This was actually also me testing out the turnout on Sundays. And I'm definitely going to be swapping the Saturdays for Sundays, I think. I definitely think, not that I know, yeah. Oh, yeah, but yeah, I was going to say, when we were talking about, like, really ostentatious color palettes, I should show you when we painted Morgenthorg by chat. As everyone popped into chat one by one, I asked them to pick a color. Yeah. That's the Rainbow Morgenthorg. Cell shading? I don't know if I would call that cell shaded or not. That was more just like really aggressive sketch. Say, I didn't do any washing or anything on it, so I just aggressively sketched it. I think I'd call that like an aggressive sketch. But yeah, that's exactly what I was saying when I was like, I love mid 90s colors. Yeah, exactly. Again, why I said like wait till if you haven't seen my Bretonians, which again you would have because we've got some new people in here. But like I'll show off a few of my Blood Bowl teams here. Like for my Bretonians, I picked the most annoying barony. I can't even remember the name of this one. I just found one. I like found out that there was a one that wears blue, yellow, and red primary colors in split jackets. So I painted my whole Blood Bowl team in this color. You know, we did for the we did the rose colored armor for our dwarves who were named the Little Roses because they all resemble Chris Rose Hobby. Any dwarf model in existence kind of. I hope you have a good night, Pascal. No worries. I get it. Sleep well, and hopefully it fixes itself by the time you wake up. But yeah, I wanted to do the most, like, I love painting in really bright colors. Because too many people don't. Mr. Pigments and I were chatting about that as well, and I don't know how accurate of a sentence this is. He says it's because I never went to art school. And hit the twirl on the mustache. There you go. You get the mustache twirl, Pascal. But I would say it's way more of an overall societal shift artistically. That is fair. Sorry, the reason when him and I were chatting, I like video games, movies, everything's moved onward from gray and brown. This is quite true, yes. The reason I was just going to say is that he said is that typically in art school, really vibrant colors can often be looked down upon. It was. I'm again not too sure how accurate that was. I just thought it was really fun. Only reason to exactly that's literally it. Flagon is that's why it was talking to him about like from the art school perspective, where it's still, especially a lot of traditional and classical artists still haven't moved away from that mentality. And as you're kind of seeing right now, for people who don't really know my process, I sketch. Vibrancy is not the villain. Full Japanese. Sushi. Did you go for sushi or did you go for like what kind? What'd you get? I don't want to say sushi specifically because like I know there's other that's actually there's lots of Japanese food that is not sushi. It's just typically the assumption in the West that it is, especially udon. Yeah. And honestly, I think you were here yesterday, but Synthwave was actually the color palette I was given for these. So when I first started painting them, I was supposed to paint them in a Synthwave palette. Chicken or beef on sticks. Looks like an 80s transform. I love it. Like I think these guys, they look great. And you know the other thing? On a grimdark board of Warhammer, I'm never gonna have a hard time finding this guy. You're never gonna be like, shit, where did I put him? That's the part that I enjoy most about this, is I don't have to have that moment when I'm playing with these guys. It's never gonna be, oh damn, where they disappeared into the table. These guys don't disappear into shit. Perhaps a couple fucking flat lines there. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Where's the other one? Bit of water. I don't mind the beef at all, but I had it yesterday. That's the problem with Grimdark, I feel, in a singular unit standpoint. It looks great when you've got 100 of them in your... Honestly, Flagon, that is exactly how I feel as well. It's the same thing, actually, like my one friend told me. He bought a playmat to match his army's bases because he thought it would look really good. And he will tell you every single time to this day, he is thankful that mat is double-sided because it doesn't look good. It just makes it really hard to see where you put your models down. Apparently matching your bases to the playmat, all it does just makes it really hard to see. Just makes them blend into the table even more. Might not look as good aesthetically. Right? Like all of those are delicious choices. Also, like the reupholstering the chair thing, I should put some kind of upholstery on this chair because it's so uncomfortable. I mean, it's not as bad as like Not the worst thing I ever sat on. That was my old bike. But like the bike was bad. Like, I don't know if it's like TMI, but like I stopped riding that bike because I would piss blood every time I got off. It was just like the bike, there was something wrong with that bike seat. I don't know what it was. We don't ride that bike anymore. Redoing the foam on the dumpster. Dive freebie using a burnout velvet. Ooh. Dumpster dives are the way. Oh man. On the topic of dumpster dives, it just reminds me of my friend. The time they found the time they found what we call like the mother load. It was the greatest dumpster dive find of all time. I don't know if we have Canadian. Well, I'll explain for the non-Canadians in here afterwards. But it was an entire dumpster filled with still frozen, Pillsbury pizza pops. For reference for the Americans, that would be finding an entire dumpster full of frozen Hot Pockets. Just a whole dumpster of still frozen, still in the box. Yeah, my friends ate good. Don't kid yourself. I'm not above a dumpster salad. I'm not above eating garbage food. Just wash it better. Like, if you're going dumpster diving, wash your food. Like extra. And if you're, really, the other thing you should also do is like if you're doing produce, I'm gonna pass on eating food out of the garbage. Yeah, see, Flagon, this is in the winter, so it's pretty safe to do it here. When produce goes into and we have produce, and they go into just produce bins. So usually it's a bit of a different story here. It's not like we're going into it. I don't even eat leftovers. Oh, that's fair then. Yeah, no, I'm not going to convince you this is okay. This is one of those ones where I'm like, we're going to be on different pages about that, and it's okay. That is more of a European thing. Here, the best before date often is the expiration date. That's more a thing in Europe than here. And then it's of course also just understanding what you're eating as well. Like, yeah, Flagon, honestly, if you're the kind of guy that doesn't like eating leftovers, this is one of those times we're just going to agree to disagree. And this is when it's perfectly okay to just pull we'll agree to disagree on it. We don't have to. This is perfectly okay for us to not have the same opinion. I also won't eat anything like 10% of anything. That's okay. But the last Thursday. Yeah. I've been an independent artist for 3 years now, so I'm good at living like a cockroach. I don't have to do dumpster diving or anything anymore like I did when I was younger. But got your coffee? Heck yeah. But yeah, I tend to be quite resourceful. Furniture's pretty good. Honestly, furniture's good. I find like where I live, the Facebook Marketplace is usually the best for furniture because I don't have to die for it and I can still get a lot of really good free stuff. Okay, I'm mixing up another highlight color really quickly by just grabbing a bit of my bright jade. You guys are really funny to me because again, like growing up like with crust punks and things, like it's just same. I'm very good at fixing what I have. My wife was actually very surprised at the fact that I am able to kind of take things apart and repurpose them. And I remember we had two broken fans, and I was no worries. Okay, get a second shout out for you there for you as you're taking off. For anybody who doesn't know, Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy, again, he is awesome, great painter, amazing person. And also able to help with things like your list building or just, offering some tips on playing Warhammer that I don't have because I don't actually play. And his advice right now is learn your army, learn your rules, learn your units, and learn how they work. And learn board control. Right now, especially when editions change, it really is about understanding your units, how they play, and actually understanding board tactics and board control. If anything, but like, do I really want to? That's kind of also a thing. There's a lot of stuff I could do that I just don't want to do anymore. Reasons I am immune to board. That is. Put it on the wrist, follow that up. Also a great, like, because who doesn't, also, I'm just having this, I don't know how to play Warhammer. Yeah. That's pretty much how I am. Dogs are being smelly. I don't know. Probably, is it the same reason my cat's being loud? Or is it like just like your dog walks in and farts? Oh yeah, that it is. Is your dog just walks in the room and farted? Just for laughing at that, my cats are gonna throw up on my duvet tonight. I know it's gonna happen now. No, my cats don't fart. Although Sigurd did once dip his balls in my coffee before I got him neutered. That was one of the worst moments ever. I like just filled my coffee, sat down at my desk, put it down, and then my unneutered cat walked up and just teabagged my coffee cup, and it was like, "Fuck you!" And I just dumped the cat. And I literally remember looking at it and I was like, "That's it. You're getting neutered tomorrow." Called the vet the next day. I almost let him be a tomcat. That was the moment I decided he didn't get to be a tomcat. Ball privileges revoked. Oh, goodness. Also, again, just want to say thank you everybody who's popped in today. This has been an awesome stream. Been having an awesome time having everyone in here. New people, old people, lurkers, painters, and everyone alike. Just saying thank you for being here. I think we're gonna make the swap to Sundays. Just seems to work better for everyone. Be lurking now. No worries. Hope you have a good lurk. Hope you get your stuffs done. And I'll be on for I'm not sure how much longer. Bit. I'm gonna get these two guys done up, I think. And a robot. I'm actually both robots. But I'm gonna get these 2 mining suits done, and then I think we'll do the 2 robots. Finish them up. And like such. Get that bit there. Dot 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 dot. I got buddy and then drink water, had to go refill his glass, something for the glass. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like where this is going. That's awful. That is terrible. See, it's funny when a cat does it because the cat's is unintentional. Yeah. Fair. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. And I'm gonna add a little bit more of my flesh tone over here. I'm gonna take one hit of that. And now we hit our final highlights. Some edge highlights too, why not? It's a really good song that I hope doesn't get me in. And and here, tap tap. There we go. That's looking pretty darn good. And there we go. Quick little sketch. And we get that nice shiny armor. Go for the rest of the edge highlights. Maybe we get this bit back here. And same thing. One down the middle, one down the middle. And we're going to go with the get that one, bit on the heel. Let's try not to be impatient, for we all hate standing in line. And there we go. Quick blue armor done. I love how quickly these guys come together. And I love that we're able to get 3 more models done and added into the collection tonight by just kind of hanging out, chilling, and actually I should be able to get 4 more done. And same thing. Just going to grab all those highlights really quickly on them and get the blue armor done. Might do 1 or 2 highlights on the pink, but overall, we don't want to bother with that too much right now because all of them need it. Or like everybody needs their pink highlighted. We're trying to make kind of the blue the focal point right now. And same thing, just kind of following the contours and the shapes. There we go. And there, but there, tap, 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 touch, 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 touch. Almost done this one too. One. Boom. Okay, there we go. Blue highlights on the armor are done on 2 more guys. And we're going to come back in because I noticed I missed a couple details. Et voila. And there we go. There's one.
Shorzy, you ready?
Ooh, getting a raid from Crunky,
You go.
Crusty Gunky. Welcome in, Krusty.
Judy, you ready?
Let's
Fucking go, Sanger.
Good, cause you're going. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good, cause
boys.
you're going. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Informal,
Good,
Sanger.
cause you're fucking going. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You're damn right,
Good,
Sanger.
cause you're fucking going.
Pack mentality, boys. Oh, just living the dream, enjoying a casual Sunday. Welcome in, welcome in. I'll just throw you a shout out really quick. Just gonna finish up my slaps down here. Get these last couple brush strokes in. But we're chilling. We're chilling, having a good day. Probably got another hour or two in us. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I've just been painting until I don't feel like painting. Okay, let's let those cure. Dry for a moment. They're playing some Doom Dark Ages. Ooh, that's a good one. How are you liking it? I know it's a lot of people found it to be a little bit slower than Eternal. But that's, in my opinion, I don't see that as an issue. Eternal could be pretty fast paced. Very fun. Exactly. Probably about the same. Yeah. Bit less interactive, bit less needing to be 100%, on while you're playing. Because like Eternal, you need, in my opinion, you need focus while you're playing that one. You can't really half play Doom Eternal. Weak spots don't seem to count besides shoot head. I remember my understanding, because I didn't play too much of it, but it was that and there was you didn't have to do weapon juggling. So they kind of did away with like the weak spot shooting, and they did away with the weapon juggling. And there we go. Let's throw some highlights down on this robot. Let's paint a cute robot. Should only take a couple minutes to paint anyways. The weapon sandbox is insane though. For Eternal or Dark Ages? Because I know Eternal had a crazy weapon or crazy amount of weapons. I thought for some reason Dark Ages had a bit less choice. Okay. Hell yeah. That's good. Here we go. Highlight the blues up a little bit. Keep your tabs. We'll take the dog for a walk. No worries. I appreciate you raiding in. I appreciate you trusting the community with me, and I appreciate the raid. Hope you're having an excellent day. And I hope the dog walk goes fun. Give your dog some scratches for me. All right, next highlight color. Look through most of the streamers I raid later in the day. I appreciate that. We'll get you acquainted with the painting community. They're good people. The miniature painters on this platform are good people. Even the ones that aren't. And there we go. Let's get the pink elements. Yeah. Okay. It's looking awesome now. Get our little robo drill. Like these guys are like, I don't know. It's a really cute robot. I don't know why. Makes me smile. Cute robot is cute. Yeah, this song's already played twice today. What the fuck's going on with my playlist? Let's throw in a little Souls of Mischief, see what happens. Also really excited to be seeing these guys at the end of June. They're headlining the hip hop night of Skafest. Right. The end of June, I'm going to a baseball game in Chicago. It was that or an A7. Who are you going to see play? Who are you going to go see play? Dullets. I don't know baseball that well. One of the guys I sat next, one of my friends who I sat next to in high school went pro, but which is he didn't go pro in the States. He got a full ride scholarship in the States, though, which again is also a very, very, very unnormal and uncommon thing for Canadians. For Canadians to get full ride baseball scholarships in Texas is y'all don't draft Canadians for the great American pastime. Let's put it to you that way. It is not often Canadians get drafted, especially on full rides. But I think they both play. Toronto Blue Jays, though. This is also again Western Canada. The Blue Jays, dude. The LA Dodgers are closer to us than the Blue Jays are. The Dodgers are LA, right? Like, yeah, the Dodgers are like, it would be closer for me to drive to their stadium than to the Blue Jays stadium. Yeah. So just for reference for where I live, the Dodgers are closer than the Blue Jays. And I live in Canada. It's just a big country. People forget that we have a border with Sweden and Norway and Denmark and Finland. And yeah, no, like, and I know baseball's not as big of a thing as it used to be. This was also like Mariners. Oh, that's Seattle, right? Unless you're talking about the VI Mariners, in which. Sorry, I did. Flagon, I don't know how to DM on. 1 second. Oh, that didn't work. I was trying to send you a whisper. I don't even know how the fucking Twitch whispers work. The Mariners was the team at the university I went to, so I had a panic moment as well, being like, wait, how the fuck does Flagon know which university I went to? But I just had that moment, be like, how does he know this? Yeah, I was like, and I just stopped and I was like, you know what? There's going to be multiples with that name. So yeah, I don't mind sharing that. But yeah, it's just a moment of being like, how does he know this? I don't think I've ever shared that out loud. Other than I liked going to Mariners games to heckle. Oh gosh, so I didn't realize heckling it like that's the real pastime of baseball. It's nothing to do with the game. It's heckling baseball players. I think that sitting out in the outfield and being as annoying as you possibly can is probably the most fun part of baseball. Every time somebody hits a ball to him, just can't catch. Butterfingers. We did it long enough. We started pissing the one guy off the one night. We ran into him at the bar later, and he was looked like he was ready to pick a fight with me. Or Yankees and a Mets. I've only done college stuff. I've mostly only seen junior sports. We I watched the juniors play. Yeah. Keep dropping shit. Or Yankees games. I mean, going to a Yankees game would be fun, right? Like I don't really care about. I don't know if it would be fun. I don't drink, so that's like half the reason of baseball's already out the window for me. And I can't smoke pot in the baseball stadium. Ooh, the theme song to the most emotional of Batman movies. I don't know who decided that they're like, you know who should do the theme song to a Batman movie? Seal. See, you became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's the high, not the pill. Did you know that when it's Batman Forever? Val Kilmer. Dude, you know that this song was used for the Val Kilmer Batman movie, right? This was a huge part of like the promo. Like, dude, the whole music video for this is clips from the movie paired with Seal singing it in front of the bat signal. Are you not? Oh my god. There is so much a man can tell, so much he can say. You remain my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. To me, you're like a grown addiction that I can't deny. Won't you tell me, is it healthy, baby? The only non-baseball game I've ever been to is one EA dragged us to watch skaters play some bullshit college football game. You'd probably have fun at a hockey game. I know you're not a big sports guy, but I do think you'd have fun at a hockey game. And I don't know a single person who doesn't enjoy going to the fights. Like, even people who aren't really big martial arts people, getting to watch them in person is a very different experience. And if I should fall when it's all gone away. Went to a hockey game and none of the boys kissed. 4 out of 10. Well, obviously they should have been. I don't know. There should have been more Seal happening. Welcome in, Doc Rhino. What a great fucking surprise. I'm gonna throw him a quick shout out here for anybody that does not know the Doc. He is an excellent painter, a fellow streamer, and not just that. Doc, do you want to throw a link up to your Insta or to your board game? For anybody that does not know, Doc Rhino independently launched games. I don't know if have you fully launched is it fully launched yet, or is it still in the launch phase? I can't remember fully, but hey, man, I gotta shout it out. How many of us actually get to live out the dream of launching our own independent skirmish game? Yeah, do you want to throw a link to that in chat for anybody that does not know? Psycho Pomp. So yeah, Doc actually launched his own game. He's worked with a ton of artists, ton of people in the community, play testing, just a rad guy, and gave a lot of inspiration to other independents who wanted to get into it, showing that it is possible to launch your own skirmish games in this day and age, thanks to the beauties of 3D printing and the internet. So make sure you check that out. And are you going to be having booths anywhere this year? At are you doing booths at any of the cons this year? I know you were not expecting to come in here and just immediately get like plugged repeatedly. Plugged, pegged, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Throw off your GW chains. I mean, my GW chains will forever be on me because I peg me streamer. But like my GW chains will forever be on me because I have a client that is obsessed with Old World. So I paint more Old World than anybody could imagine. But I don't really like playing big war games anymore. I like skirmish games. I like that kind of tighter feel. I like that taking the time. Trench Boys, you can use them. That is, again, the beauty of this is... So, miniatures agnostic is something that we've... So, yeah, Stellits. Miniatures agnostic is a rising theme within the miniatures community because we have so many cool models, we have so much cool shit that we've acquired over the years, and especially for those of us coming from GW, like a lot of us have Warhammer that we don't really use or things that we could repurpose and find ways to work into other games. We've, you know, a lot of people got old Warmahordes. I don't know anybody that plays Warmahordes, but I know people that have it. Same with, like, people want to have their old Malifaux, their 3D prints, just any of the... There's so many cool fucking game systems out there, right? I'm not just going to keep naming game systems. But, you know, there's only so many models we can play with. And somebody decided, fuck that. Play with whatever models you want to play with. So the beauty of Psychopomp as a game, and as well, it's kind of necessary for an indie launch to do... Like, it's the same reason why Minis Agnostic is for Trench Crusade is at the beginning. Exactly. As you go through, you can start releasing it, but unless you know 3D modeling yourself, a good 3D modeler is not cheap to hire. And beyond that, you need to get it concepted first. So are you a 2D illustrator? Because if you're not a 2D illustrator, oh, well, unfortunately, you're going to have to hire one of those so that way you can get that to the concept artists. And if you're, and guess what? The concept artist, or the 2D illustrator, do you know what he needs? He needs a written out, like, note description of the character and the backstory so he knows how to concept them. So are you a writer who can actually really put all that stuff together? Or do you need to hire a writer out too and kind of work it with them? And all of a sudden you realize that so many different artists end up having their hands in the development that it becomes extremely challenging if you're not, like, the Renaissance man of this. And, like, even Pedro Fernandez, like, he doesn't paint his stuff. He has concept artists and things too. You know, you look at his pieces, it will tell you who did the concept art, who did the box art. You know, you can't do it. Best I could do is the writing aspect, and then you got to get the 2Ds and exactly. And it's like, my 2D art is thankfully okay enough that I could get something to a concept phase. But I don't know how much further I could go than that. Because, I mean, I wanted... So, if those, again, if you're newer here, I wanted to be a concept artist, and I wanted to be an illustrator. This is my third iteration of Studio Boneless. I failed at launching my first 2 art studios. This is a testament of, when in doubt, just keep doing it, and eventually you'll fail upwards. But I started off wanting to be an illustrator, and then people made fun of me, saying illustrators aren't real artists, and that marker artists aren't real artists. And also, by the way, I want to go back now, having gotten extremely, extremely far into developing myself as an artist. Marker is one of the hardest art forms there is. Markers and alcohol markers are insanely difficult. It's about bringing the right people, get invested, whether you're helping you create. Exactly. It's like, you were talking about that with, like, with tattoos, right? Like, all my tattoos are freehand. Marker's hard to do, though. Like, and same with colored pencil. Like, they're challenging, they're hard, and but that's what I started with, and people were like, weren't taking me seriously. So, out of spite, I learned painting, and then my paintings weren't selling, and then my paintings that did sell got stolen. So, the gallery decided not to pay me after they sold my art. They thought I was doing it for exposure. The gallery thought I was selling my pieces for exposure, and that the profits were for them.
So after that happened, I was like, fuck it, I'm not doing canvas anymore. So I mean, I still have my canvases and I still paint canvas for fun. But yeah, no, I just do minis and I love it. Like I paint toys. I paint beautiful, beautiful toys, but it's, you know, look at all the gas I bought with my exposure. Right? And you know what? Like, there's good exposure. Like there's forms of exposure, right? Like I'll take exposure. I'll take the financial hit going to SMC for the exposure, because guess what? I'm going to a giant international convention and getting to network with a bunch of other amazingly talented artists, and I get to take Pascal Ruse's course. So, but that's the kind of exposure that is like, hell yeah, let's do that. The flip side of it, exposure doesn't pay the bills. But yeah, just it was funny enough because I remember it was when you were doing your stream with Falling Freely, you were talking about the thing with artists and like so, and comparing it to tattoos a lot, right? And how a tattoo artist thrives best when you match your art style of what you're seeking to what they specialize in. So, for example, if you've got somebody who is notorious for incredible black and gray work, you're not going to go to them for a color portrait. And, you know, because you want to play into their strengths. And then as well, the best way to do it is to go to the artist with an idea after you've familiarized yourself with the style of art they produce and see how your idea, exactly like you were saying, can be brought to life by them. So like again, like my whole left arm, this is entirely free-handed. Like it was all done with Sharpies. Not a single stencil on this. As this was all just he sat there and drew it out. Same with like most of my tattoos are freehand. For that exact reason is the artist, that's how he works. And he doesn't like to work off of something pre-drawn. He likes to draw it on your body so he can contour it to your body. But like tattoo and again, if you don't know, tattoo culture is one where I can go on and on and on and on and on because I was taught to draw by a tattoo artist. The one who did all my black and gray work. Highlander Dave. He'll also deny that he taught me how to draw. He'll say I did everything. Discretion. I demoed at Adepticon, ton of positive feedback, but that's all the con stuff this year. You got the full-time job, so it's hard getting it off for cons. Hoping Adepticon next year, maybe Gamma or Gen Con. Ooh. Well, hopefully that works for you. The full-time job thing is a very real thing. Not everybody is blessed with being a cockroach and being able to live off of mini commissions. Although these aren't commissions, these ones are for me. These are my gaming pieces, so they're being painted up nicely. They're not being painted to the most ridiculous of standards, because again, they're gaming pieces, so I always want to paint them to the standard that they look really good. They are representative of what I can do, but also something where I'm not going to be mad when somebody with their greasy gamer fingers comes up and rubs the paint off and chips them, because it will happen. And it's something I try to tell everybody as well. If you take your pieces to the gaming store, you are signing up for them to get damaged. You're not allowed to get mad at people for it. You just don't. You don't bring your best pieces to the gaming store. But ultimately, if it gets any bigger, I'm okay with that. It was a dream and I achieved it. Now I can focus on the next game. I've been doing mine. Like I've been trying to rules write a game for it quite some time. And I'm still in the like playing it with some buddies, or like I'm at the starting to play it with some buddies phase. And it's not working as well as I'd hoped, but I feel like I've got room to grow. And like I've got a good baseline concept that I can expand upon. A lot of inspiration from Mordheim and old school wargaming of it's just I think you'll enjoy it, Doc. Is the one of the key elements of it is essentially how when units level up, they roll on the table, and really good things. You get your perks, but not all the perks are good. So it's kind of like how in old school D&D you can end up with perks and quirks. So when the character levels up, they have to roll the perks or quirks chart. So technically, when a character technically when members of your warband level up, they can accidentally get worse. It adds an element of fun, so that way they're they're getting damaged, things are happening to them. One of my favorite perks I came up with for it was there was 2 left feet, which gave them a -1 to movement, and I'm sitting there, having a bit of my devil's lettuce, and I'm giggling to myself, and I was like, what happens if a person has 2 right feet then? Obviously, it makes them move faster. So there's 2 perks side by side. You can roll on 2 left feet, which is a -1, or 2 right feet, which is a +1. But it's mostly meant to be. It's just kind of like I wanted to kind of come up with something like some silly fun that was reminiscent of like old school Mordheim, and then talking about how influenced I am by that, because there's just, I don't know. Every game today seems to be so serious, and you can have a super serious setting, but I feel like the silliness of Blood Bowl is what makes Blood Bowl so fun, right? The ability, I honestly do believe that because everything in Blood Bowl is a 50-50 chance. Either it happens or it doesn't. So your character die, 50-50. You want to move? 50-50. He dies. Not actually, but that's how it feels when you're playing Blood Bowl, and the randomness of that is great. But yeah, no, Doc, you were absolutely fantastic. I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate how you have expanded for everything. I think we're also into the Bezos tax really quickly, so apologize about that. We're just going to slap a quick contrast down, and while that's going on, we're going to give Daddy Bezos his 3 minutes. Because I'm sure shit not the one getting paid from it. I'll take my 1 cent. He can have his $6. Okay, we got the magenta there. Ooh, Daddy Bezos, exploit me for profit, please. You know what? As much as I dislike it, he unfortunately is the man who gave me a platform at the end of the day. I mean, technically it was Justin. Justin gave me a platform, but through corporate funding and monopolistic buyouts and good old-fashioned upwards consolidation, somehow it ended up that, Lizard Man Lex Luthor is my boss. Mr. Lizard Luthor. That looks pretty good. I'm going to drop in a couple quick highlights. Meow. And so I've just been mixing. I got a bit of a magenta, a bit of a flesh tone. Pulled them into each other. We're just going to quickly, for this cute little robot here, doop, start popping in a couple areas. These guys are adorable, and they deserve to have just a little bit of extra love.
This guy again, Vito.
This guy. Yeah, I think Sundays are gonna be my new thing, actually. They're kind of having a great day today. How is my favorite raccoon pirate doing?
For you a shout out here in just a second. If anybody does not know, Mr. Vito, I loved what happened where, like, I loved the story you were telling on stream the other day, Vito, about how, like, you bought the Gunpla stuff because you were like, oh yeah, this is like a really good idea, and you know, I'll buy these models and, you know, hold on to them for a bit, and then you bought them with the intention of selling them, and then what was like a month after holding on to them, you had that moment where you're like, wait a second, if I sell these, that makes me a scalper, and I don't want to be a scalper, so I'm gonna have to give them away. And just like, I just loved how you completely had that moment where you just like shifted entirely how you were going about it, because you're like, wait a second, I stand against this. Paraphrasing, he tells the story much better than I do. But for those of you that don't know, Vito's a great guy. He does Gunpla, he does miniatures, he does painting and crafty things with very good music in the process.
And what we got you here, we'll cue something up. Song for you, Vito.
Because I know you're all about your Southern style hip hop and your boom baps and that. So throw on some hometown stuff for you. Because I don't think have I played much Canadian rap for you? I'm not sure if you've listened to much in the terms of like Canadian rap. Heard some. Here, figure out throw in a little bit of West Coast Canadian hip hop for you. I remember Sunreal. Is Surreal or Sunreal? Because if it's Surreal, I know him very well. This is Stomp Down though. So this is one of the one of the crews I grew up around. These guys are he's from the same place I am. Stomp Down is Langley, Surrey. Okay, officially put your front primer on your comp piece for you next year. Ooh, what's your comp piece for next year, Doc? I've got my comp pieces still on my desk. I got 3 I'm hoping to bring to SMC. Sunreal from Vernon, BC. Vernon is a weird place for a rapper to be from. But yeah, this is one of my comp pieces. And my other one. These are I got 3 that I'm working for SMC. I'm quite happy. They're all sitting at like 70, 80% done. Other than, again, this guy's sitting about 80. That is the Mind Goblin. I am so glad you made that joke, Doc, because that's literally that's why I picked that color. Everything about that is because I wanted to paint a Mind Goblin. I'm so glad you made that joke, because that's what I did. Is he's a Mind Goblin. Found him. Hell yeah! I am to please. Just also kind of shows like how immature we are as artists. And, you know, I love it.
Yeah, but Mercules, who we're listening to here right now, is with Stomp Down Killers. And then he's changed labels since
He's no longer. Well, I mean, Stomp Down's pretty. This is Merc.
Yeah, Merc and I are from the same area. You know that, right?
When I talk about like me coming from a rough part of Canada, you know, Merc and I are from the same neighborhood.
We tell stories about it.
Dude, fucking Warren G got regulated last time he was out here. Fucking regulated his ass outside his own show. I shouldn't find that as funny as I do, but Warren G getting robbed outside of a Warren G concert is really funny to me.
Ain't sneaking nothing past you. But Merc is death row now.
But he started off as Snacks hype man. Also, have you ever followed Mercules? If you don't follow Mercules' like Facebook page, you absolutely need to, because most of it is just about what a degenerate he is in real life, but in the funniest possible way. Like, he had to make a quick run to 7-Eleven but he didn't want to get dressed, so he's sitting there fat in his underwear with like a house coat on, and then a fan recognized him while he's sitting in the car, and he's trying to like get out of it while he's like in his underwear trying to sign an autograph, trying to like get out of signing an autograph. Fuck. Honestly, at this point, I think Merc's account is probably the only reason I'm still on Facebook. I don't even communicate with my friends on there. Mostly, I just laugh at the shit that he's doing.
He is kind of silly. Okay, let's pull maybe a quick like.
Let's grab the.
I'll do it in pink. Why not? Okay. Because we went pink for all the gun casings.
So why would the saw blade casing not be bright pink as well?
I mean, how else will people know that it's hazardous?
It's not brightly colored. And there we go. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that for just, again, like, cute little robot. Those took us, what? I think that was 30 minutes to paint the both of them. Maybe 40. Did not take much time at all. And, yeah, if you're not too familiar with Snack, you should enjoy this one, Vito. Because, you'll know who he recorded this one with. You'll recognize somebody here. So again, for the new people in here, Boneless is a bit of a hip hop head. We like to listen to music. We like to shoot the shit. We like fantasy. We like to paint toys, and just to not take ourselves too seriously. Sometimes we talk history, sometimes we talk whatever the most recent film I've watched is. Whatever's fresh on my brain.
but never expect me to have more than an hour worth of talking points before I start repeating myself. As I do this full time, so it's the part they don't tell you when you become a full-time streamer. You actually run out of things to talk about very quickly because you don't leave your house very much. You're on your computer a lot, you're editing a lot, you're doing like your commission stuff. Like it actually ends up becoming very hard to have things to talk about because it's like I haven't left my house in 6 days. And then mentioning again, the next reading stream will be next Monday, so not tomorrow. I think I was pretty clear about that before, but it is not tomorrow. The following Monday, the Vault Lifestyle. Exactly. That's why I have my Vault Boy tattoo. Although I've had that for a long time. My ex-girlfriend did that one for me. She was a rad person. Boom. But yeah, it's honestly the only hard part about doing this full time is it gets really hard to have talking points after a while. I feel like I'm forcing it sometimes, but you know what? It's all good. Was teaching my wife. She's started playing through The Witcher. Because she read all the books, and she's been playing through. I was teaching her Gwent yesterday. And like she's never really done like any types of TCG or anything like that. So I'm teaching her how to like bait out plays and things. It's like she's like, should I do? I was like, no. Let them play out their cards. Let them combo off on you. Throw the round. And I'm trying to teach her how to throw rounds and things. And it was a lot of fun. But yeah, so the next reading stream, coming back to that will be in 8 days. So that'll be the 25th of May. We're gonna sit down and we're going to be doing. Where is it? Could still have that on. Where did I put that? Didn't put it away. We're gonna be reading Phoenix and the Sword as well as the Hyborian essays. If we, depending on, we might also have time to read Rogues in the House. But we're gonna be doing a Conan reading stream in a couple of weeks. So if you are a fan of Conan the Barbarian, or if you're a fan of my sweet sultry voice, we will be doing a reading stream. And if you just like listening to me practice doing audiobooks, they're available on YouTube as well. Surprisingly, it is my best performing YouTube content. The video of me, or sorry, the stream of me reading The Hedge Knight is... And like it's nothing to be that impressed about, but it's the fact that I pulled 5 views and it's my first time getting any views on YouTube. So I'm quite pleased with that. But apparently the demand for reading streams is much higher on YouTube. However, yeah. We're going to do the Hyborian essay, Phoenix and the Sword, and if we have time, we'll also read Rogues in the House. The one following that one, we're going to do the Sworn Sword, so we're going to go back to the Hedge Knight. We're going to do another George R. R. Martin novella. And if you haven't been to the reading streams before, they're about 3 to 4 hours long. I sit down, I read a book, I do my best to do voices. I'm terrible at accents and voices, so it's really funny. Dunk was a Scottish hoser the entire time because I was trying to give him a Scottish accent, but every time I do it, it would kick in my hyper-Canadian accent, so he just had this weird Scottish hoser accent. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
So if you haven't been there for them, we do 2 of them a month. I realize that I think that's what it is, flagging as well. And so I'm going to try and build up my catalog of that on YouTube, but also because that's like a really good way for me to practice getting into audiobooks narration. Because I found out that I did not realize how, like, is it hard to read books out loud the way that I can? Because, I mean, you were here and listened to a bit of it. Like, is it genuinely hard to do that? Because, like, I was on pace for an audiobook. I was at 40 pages, or I was reading at a rate of 40 pages an hour. You know, like, when I found out that, like, you can get paid, like, a couple $1,000s a book. And then it's funny because everything's like, all the people who are talking about it, they're like, well, you're not going to be able to do it on just some shitty USB microphone. And I'm just like, It made me laugh when people are trying to be like, you're not going to be able to get away with it. You're going to need high-end audio equipment if you want to read audiobooks. And it's like, bro, I've got a fucking $50 microphone and a couple of noise gates. And I reached out to Prof. Wisteria, who is an incredible audio engineer. And she did a bunch of background settings for me. And it's like, yeah, no, dude, you don't need fucking studio equipment. You just need somebody who knows how to use the equipment you have. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm on a $50 microphone, or like 50 Canadian dollars. That's like $3 American. It's like Hangout and Twitch chat, the amount of people that just struggle to read chat. I don't understand that. I don't know. I know I read well. I know I can read at I've always been able to read very well. Except for the fact that I was a really late bloomer. I learned to read much later in life than most kids do. Couldn't read until I was 7. Could not read until I was 7. Couldn't tie my shoes until I was 9. Could not even tie I was a 9 when I learned to tie my own shoes. Was not was a little bit behind in a lot of that stuff. But by the time I'd hit like grade 7, because I remember when we did the thing again in school, and I remember getting pulled aside, or like because that's when my family got pulled aside and was talking about like when I'd gotten into like the private high school and things, because when I did my first reading tests in school, like we did the comprehension and placement tests, for grade 7, I placed as a second-year university student. Which they were fucking baffled by. And then it's just, I did theater, right? So, and a huge part of theater, especially when you're doing read-throughs. Like, especially when you're doing, especially when you're just doing, when you're running lines, when you're like just going through script, when you're doing on-book runs, essentially still in the beginning, because you're going to do 2 to 4 weeks of on-book runs before you start doing off-book runs, right? And, you know, when you're doing on-book runs, everybody needs to be able to read your lines and perform them at the same time. You're not practicing the lines and then figuring out your performance. You're doing both at the same time. It's not a one and then the other, it's both and. Rock is not the devil's work, it's magical and right. I'll never rock as long as I am stuck here with my dad. I hear you breathing jails, you are hungry for the rock. I cannot do Dio. As much as I can do, as much as I'm proud of all of the different impersonations and I can do, I cannot do Ronnie James. That man's on another league. around 35. Yeah, see, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but like, so my ADHD got worse when I was medicated because I went so long in my life unmedicated that I didn't know how to cope while medicated. And it made me start having I started having a lot more social issues. So I ended up actually going off my ADHD meds, and because like I got diagnosed very late in life. My brother was diagnosed as a kid, and one of my other siblings were diagnosed as a kid, but for some reason they never thought to get me checked out. And then I got diagnosed at 25. And then I was on the medication till I was 29. I did 4 years of it. And it was just like I had to make the call at the end. I was like, you know what? I'm better off without this. And that's, that's not the normal case. I know most people are better served taking their medication. For me, when I was having those problems, I had to kind of have that conversation with myself that it was like, is this helping or hindering? Again, really want to be clear. Never encouraging anybody to go off their medication, especially if they've not consulted with a physician. This is not the point of what I'm saying. Just want to be very clear about that in case anybody gets the wrong idea from that. I am not saying to do that. I am not condoning it. I am just stating that for myself because I had been so late in life diagnosed that once I was medicated, I actually struggled more with I actually struggled more once I didn't have certain issues, as I'd always known how to deal with those issues, but the new issues that I started having, I did not know how to cope with. So that's why for me it worked. Again, I also want to say, guys, I'm not a physician. I'm not a doctor. My doctors agreed that it was the right decision to make, and I did that under the supervision of my physician. So again, I do not want you to think, and I do not want anybody to take the wrong idea from what I just said. Used to be good at impersonations and then weed. I will say, like, weed has really fucked my falsettos up. I can't hit my high notes the way that I used to. But it hasn't really messed up my ability to do voices. It also does help that, again, my microphone, I have real-time feedback with my microphone. So I've got my headphones hooked up in a way that I don't hear my voice as it sounds to me. I hear it as it sounds to you. So I have my voice playing into my ears in real time, so I hear my voice correctly instead of what my ears want it to sound like. It's really weird when you get used to hearing your own... It's weird when you get used to hearing your real voice, but it also teaches you how to control your voice a lot better. Just going to slap a little bit of texture paste down on these bases because I can. We're going to use Old Bendy. Old Bendy is a very, very faithful brush. He has served us well. There we go. Give it a quick rim. Good enough. We don't need to be deep in it. Some of them are standing a bit taller. It makes it easier for me to get those low metal grumbles. It depends on what I'm singing too, right? Like if I honestly, if I wanted to know why I struggle more than anything, well, it's when I get phlegmy, and that has to be from the 1.5 liters of coffee. Like, I could blame the weed, or we could just acknowledge that I drink like three or four of these soup bowls of coffee every day. Why? Because it works for Frank Frazetta. Frank had a diet that I can respect. Although I think he was, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he was more espresso and black. Like he did espresso but he would also do coffee. But like my understanding of it is like the man drank an obscene amount of caffeine. Also, it was like Spumoni and gummy bears. And you know what, man? Again, as I've said, if it worked for Frank, I'm not better than Frank. I'm not better than Frank. Who am I to challenge a winning formula? Am I the most prolific fantasy artist of the 20th century? No. Well, it's like it's funny too because like, well, some artists, like would love to own classical pieces, and it's like for me, I would kill to own a Frazetta original. I'm not even joking. I would do heinous things to get my hands on a Frazetta original. He is my favorite artist. I know we've done like the top fives before, but he's my number one. Him, but top five again. It's like Frank Frazetta, Joseph Galland, Sailor Jerry, Mike Mignola, and probably Van Gogh. Yeah, I'd say like Frazetta, Mignola, Galland. Oh, you know what? Shit, I gotta fit Paul Bonner in there. I'm gonna get Paul Bonner in there. Let's take who did I say? We got Mignola, Galland, Frazetta. Van Gogh, Bonner. Yeah, there we go. There's five. That'd be my top five artists. Oh, Sailor Jerry. That was the other one I was missing. I can't really take Sailor Jerry out. So if I gotta bump somebody there, I'm bumping Van Gogh for Paul Bonner. And that's not because of any reasons other than Paul Bonner's artwork has had a massive, massive influence on me from a very young age. And while I do love Van Gogh's work, his style of artwork has influenced me in almost no way, shape, or form. I love Van Gogh, but he does not have an influence on me the way the others do. He isn't really what dictated how I paint. Okay. This has been an awesome batch paint, by the way, guys. Like, look, we got 1, 2. This is what we got done today, right? We added in these two. But then yesterday, we also did these two. And these two. So we've got these nice, 8 dudes done up to go with the fact that we've also got, our original 8 squats. And we touched these guys up a little bit, and we'll go in and we'll poke at them some more, because these aren't really up to snuff of what we can do anymore. But now... my current squat prospector gang is looking fucking awesome. And I just realized I'm gonna paint a power hammer. Okay, let's do something cool. Let's do something cool. I'm gonna go through and do all the bubblegum pink highlights on all of the guys as well, but again, this is mostly focusing on we're getting them playable and fun, and then we can come back in and touch them up if we see fit afterwards. I'm gonna take some green. And let's green up that pink. Let's get the energy part of a pink hammer. Because who doesn't want a giant pink hammer that glows with green energy? Like, I don't know. Something tells me that this would fit very well in with some of Doc's artwork. Magenta hammers that glow green energy. There we go. Bit down there, bit down there. What a great day. What a great stream. Welcome into the new people again. I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Robot and Little Cannibal Girl. Thank you both for the follows today. Thank you for the people who've popped in, who don't normally get to hang out, who have been following for a while, but, you know, we all know life and work is busy. So it's been nice. Got lots of new people coming in, saying hello. Some old timers coming around. Yeah, just a fucking great day. And I can't hear this song without thinking of seeing Green Jelly. What a great show. I think I talked about this one. Did I explain that when I saw Green Jello, they played an hour-and-a-half set, but they only played 5 songs, and they would just keep playing the same songs over and over and over again as just a joke, and I've never experienced anything like that. It was fucking hilarious. I never saw a head of cabbage with hair upon it before. Fucking cabbage. Bear went over the mountain to see what it could see. The other side of the mountain was all that it could see. So it went back over the mountain to see what it could see. The other side of the mountain was all that it could see. They were a lot of fun. Green Jello was a really fun show. It was really fun. I don't know how else to describe it. You darn fool, can you plainly see? It's something like the cabbage head that Grandma sent to me. Many a miles of travel, 1,000 miles or so, but I never saw a head of cabbage with hair upon it before. Somebody give that cabbage a haircut. There we go, work up that nice kind of energy in the hammer. Give that a moment to dry because we've gone wet on wet like 6 times in a row, so it's just gonna it's not gonna be able to take much more green before it starts like telling us no. And what should we do with the buckles? The yellow belt buckles. Maybe we hit them with a Fire Slayer Flesh really quickly and then just poke. Let's see what happens. This is so right. Let's get to see these guys at the end of June. Yeah, it's pretty good. What do you do when there's nowhere to go? Empty pools and punk rock shows. Anger that nobody knows when the sun goes down and the street lights glow and the road is city in a bucket of rust. I'm really excited to see these guys. They are good. I'd have to wait to Wednesday for my hockey. I mean, watch some Shorzy. Or raid into my, just raid my stream and you'll get the Shorzy alert. There you go. Here, you need some hockey? Give you some hockey. Here, Stolitzer, we'll give you some hockey.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
You need some hockey. There's some hockey for you. My one of my buddies just made the senior national team for ball hockey. Actually, on that note, quite happy for him. There we go. Got all the beltsies. Yeah, that's everybody. I need to watch Nathan McKinnon advance to the Stanley Cup Finals. That's fair. Okay. It's almost 3 o'clock. Holy shit. I've been streaming for 5 hours? Oh well. Let's keep painting. Wind it out probably in maybe about 3 o'clock. About 3 o'clock Pacific time. I think that's enough time to spend painting. Could probably do with getting myself some lunch. And by lunch, I mean breakfast. Not sure if you're still kicking around or if you've had to run off and do other things, but Doc, do you know anyone worth raiding into today? You tend to have you tend to know great people on the platform, and see if you got any recommendations, someone we might not know. Or if anybody in chat has a recommendation of who we raid into, I am more than open. Who are we gonna go and see in who we're gonna go see tonight? It's almost 6 p.m. here. Yeah, so essentially when it hits 6 p.m. for you is when I'm going to be shutting it down. I mean, I've been sitting at my painting desk since 9 a.m., so like I think that's pretty good for the day. But do we know anyone who is live right now? Who do we recommend going to see? Who is good? Who is fun? Who is... Look at some varnish sprayed too, I think. Get these guys all locked in. This guy here's got that light on his shoulder. We're just going to quickly... Throw the lights on in there. Give him some green headlights. Okay. Actually, I'm super happy with that right now. Yeah, there's work to be done on them. I'm not going to call these guys perfect or done, but it's the fact that I've gotten through as much as I have. And these are all the squats left in my Necromunda that still need to be painted. So we have 4 guys to go. And, you know, honestly, they'll probably be done by tomorrow. I'll probably finish them up tonight. Or I'll probably get those guys done tonight off stream. Just sometimes it's nice to do a little bit of the painting off camera, too. Save a little bit of it for me. And there we go. Yeah. I don't know why I'm just shuffling models around like I am right now, but you know what? I'm going to keep doing it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's 6. I got 16 guys done here. Okay. You know what? It's 2:52. I'm not gonna, and I got an ad hitting in about 5 minutes, so we're just gonna raid out now, I think. So let's pull Twitch up. Let's see who's live. And I appreciate everybody again. New follows, people popping in, people saying hello, lurkers, everyone. Let's okay. I know 2 people live right now. Let's go see. Let's go see one we don't go to very often. But a great painter and a really nice guy. He's working on the StarCraft stuff too, so that's really cool. Let's go see Grave Paints. But let's start a raid up here. Let's go see Sleepyheads. Thank you everybody who tuned in today, who followed, who supported. I hope you all have an amazing night, and I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Catch you all later.